Did we? No.
Y'all didn't get any rain.
No,
No, no, no.
that was a thing in the past. How many we got? I didn't even look.
950, I think.
Really? We never had that one. WIB, WEB, Weeby, WEEE. WEIB.
We. I got mine.
Oh, you already got yours? I wondered why I had didn't have mine. Hey, hey, Steve.
Yeah.
It's the bull sale tomorrow.
Tomorrow or Saturday?
Saturday, not tomorrow. Saturday. Tuesday morning.
All right, everybody on inside. Come on in. Get a good seat. Let's go. Everybody on inside. Here we go. 'Cause I believe. Okay, got a black bull to start with. 186, 87, 87, not a 7, 87, not a 7, 88, 88, 9, 90, bit of 1, bit of 2, bit of 3, bit of 4, bit of 94, 5, 195, 195, 95, 95, 95, 194, Lone Star 1, Lone Star number 1.
2836. Yeah.
188, I'm on. But one money, 182, bit of 3, bit of 4, bit of 84, 5, 6, 86, 7, 8, bit of 8, 9, 90, bit of 1, 191, 91, 91, 190, Lone Star 1. With the cows. Right in there with the cows.
A low line. A low line coming.
138, 138, 9, 9, 9, 9, $38.9. 138, 139, $9.9, 38, 58, 9, 58, 9, 138, 28, 9, 128, money 9, $28.9, 29. It's permectin. Permectin, I don't know. Sidectin, you can. I don't know. This. 128, 9. $128.999, 128, Cliffy, straight. All right, better deal. It have it at 188.9, 188.9, 9, 88, money 9, 90, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 97, 98, 199, 199, 198, Lone Star 1. Let's have it now. 146.7, 140. Packers only. Packers are 46.7. 40 money 7, 146 7, 146 7, 148, 149, 150, 150, 51, 51 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, 55, 56 7, 57, 157, 158, 158, 159, $158.9, $158.9, 9, 158, Marty number 17. It's happening at 135, $36, 135, 36, 7, I 7, not a 7, not about a 36, 7, 137, 36, 7, not about a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not about a 7, not a 7, 137, 8, 38, a little rough underneath, 135, 136, 35, 6, 135, Marty, 17. Hebbenham, 135, $36, 135, 136, 35, now 6, 135, 36, 136, 97, 38, 38, 38, $39.9, number $38.9, 38, 58, 9, 9, 9, 58, 9, 138, Marty, number 8, Marty 8.
That's awesome. Who looks for stuff to get that going? Like, did they get lost in the canyon or what? That let 'em get that.
It's Hebbenham, 140, now 1. Everyone, that 1, that 1, that 1. 140 on the money, now 1. Everyone, that 1, that 1, that 1. 141. Everyone, that 1, that 1. 140, Marty 18.
What about that car?
I can't get rid of it. It's got better though.
2 Oreo bulls and an Oreo cow and a black Indian.
One 1, 30, he but 1, that 1, that 1, that 1. 30 on the money, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 36, 37, 8, 8, 9, 39, 40, 1, 2, 142, 141, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5, 7, 48, 48, 9, 9, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 149, that'll be Reese 21, Reese 21. By the scales, 145, $46, 145, money $6, 6, 45, now 6, 145, $46, 6, 145, Marty 44, Marty 44. Over there, 250 now two, 250 now two, on the money, 24, 54 6, 56, 56, 54, 56, 256, 256, 254, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Seven hand 140 now one, every one, the money one, 140, he would one, every one, the one, he would one, 41, 41, 140, Marty number 44. All right, sell the bull, sell the bull. Seven hand, 190 now one. 190, he would one, two, 91, 92, 92, 92, $2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 95, 95, 95, 194, Lone Star, one, Lone Star, one. Seven hand, 130 now one, every one, one, every one, the money one, 31, 130, he would one, every one, one, every one, one, 130, Marty, 25, Marty, 25. All right. Sellable. Cabin hand, 190 now one, 190, he would one, money's in, now one, two, three, four, five, 95, $96, 96, 96, 96, 195, Lone Star, one. Maybe a little straight-legged, wire. Cabin hand, 122 now three, 122 now three, money, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 99 now 30, 131, 31, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 34, 34, 5, 136, 6, 135, Weeby. Heaven hand, 330 now two, 330 now $2, 2, money, 2, 330 now two, 330 now two, 330, Troy number 45, Troy 45. Seven hand, 110, 111, 110, 11, money, 11, 110, 11, 12, 112, 12, 13, 13, 14, 113, 14, 15, 15, 16, 116, 16, 16, 16, 115, Tom 1, Tom 1. Okay, sell the bull. Sell the bull. 270 now two. 270, 24, 24, 24, 24. 272, 4, 4, 4, 4. 272, Nolan 56. Sell a steer. Steer over there going on. Seven half. What got? 180 now. 280 now two. 280. Big steer. 280 now two. 282. Two. He's blind. $80 now one. 8 blind. 2, 4, 6, 8, 90, 90, 92, 92, 92, 4, 92, 4, 92, now 4, 94, 94, 6, 96, 98, 98, $1, $2, 102, 102, what's 4, 104, bit of 6, 106, bit of 6, 8, bit of 8, bit of 10, 110, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 108, fry 2, on the scales, fry 2. Seven hand, 133, now 4. 133, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 146, 7, 8, 9, now 50, now 51, 151, 2, 52, 52, 53, 53, 54, 55, 156, 157, 58, 58, 58, 58, 58, $60, 161, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 162, show number 2, show 2. 7 half, 125, 126. On the money, now $6, 125, $26, 125, 126, $6, 125, Marty 13. South End Black Bull. 7 hand, 144, now 5. 144, now 5. Money, 5. 44, now 5. 145, 45, 45, 45. 144, Marty, number 18, Marty, 18. Look it over. 40, now 1. $40, now 1. 2, 4, 6, 8, 52, 54, 54, 6, 8, 58, $60, $2, 2, 4, 6, 6, 8, 72, 4, 76, 78, 80, 2, 82, 84, 84, 6, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 84, Javier 8, Javier 20, 28, Javier 28. What's underneath? 7 hand, 122, 23. 122 now 3. 122 on the money now 3. 122, 3. 123, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3. 122, Marty 18. 7 here, $1 now $1 now money now $1 $1 $1 $1 $1 102 102 103 104 105 106 7 108 109 109 10 10 10 11 111 111 111 111 110 Tom 1. It's happening. 130 now 1. 130 keep it 1 1. Money 130 now 1. 130 keep it 1. Keep it 1 1 1. 31 2 32 34 34 36 38 38 38 138 138 138 now 40 140 140 with a 2 with a $2 board 142 468 with a bit of 50 152 154 156 158 158 158 158 156 Tom 3. Saddle Beckman, 130 now 1. 130 on the money, 1. 131 2. 132 4. 32 4 6 8 42 4 6 8 $50 2 54 56 58 158 158 158 158 156 Tom 3 Tom 3. 7 half 240 now 2 and a half 240 now Tom 5. On Tom 5, 240, now 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half, 550, now 5, now 60, now 570, 5, 280 with the 5, but a 290 with the 5, but a now $3, but a 5, but a $3, 5, 10, 15, 15, 20 with a 5, but a 30 with the 5, but a 40 with a 345, 345, 5, 5, but a 45, 340, Harris. All right, look about a little bit straight-legged. 7 hand, 128 9, 128 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, money 9, 30, 130, now 1, 2, 32, 3, 4, 34, 5, 35, 36, 37, 37, 38, 39, 40, 140, 40, 40, 130, 41, 140, show 2, show number 2. 7 290, now 2, 294, 294, 6, 98, 98, $3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 310, 12, 14, 3, 14, 16, 3 16, 18, with a 20, with a 2, with a 4, with a 6, 328, $1.30, with a 2, with a 4, with a 34, 332, D&D number 4, 24, D&D 24. 7 hand 185 $86, $185. Money's down 6, 7, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 94, 94, 193. Lone Star 1. Two of them, 130 now 1. 130, keep it 1 You're buying 2 head. 31, 2, 4, 6, 38, 38, 42, 4, 44, 6, $146, 68, 48, 50, 152, 154, 156, 158, 158, 58, 58, 58, 58, 158, 58. I've got Troy, 58. You do it, 58, 158, now 9, 159, 158, Weeby. Watch your hind legs a little bit. 7 hand, 1, 90, now 1, $90, now 1, 2, 4, 6, now $1, now 2, $2, $4, $4, $6, $6, 8, $8, $8, 10, $10, 12, $12, 4, 12, $12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 120, 120, 120, 120, 118, Marty number 7, Marty 7.
One newborn calf, a mini cow with newborn calf.
23, 23, 23.
I know somebody might be wanting to buy that.
Okay, boys. 30 something. Vandy 3B from Rankin came in yesterday evening. First time off the ranch. 135, 136, 35, money 6, 35, $36, $7, 38, 39, 40, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 146, 7, 148, 48, $9, 950, 150, 151, 52, 52, 53, 54, 54, 55, 56, $7, 7, 8, 58, 59, $60, 1, $160 now 1, $1, 160, we be 10 head.
It's 7 head.
7 hand, 120 now 1, 120 now 1, 120 he would 1, he would 1, 1, 20 now 1, 120 he would 1, he would 1, 1, 2, 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 3, 22, 3, 4, 4, 5, 25, 26, 126, 126, 25, 26, not about a second, 25, 26, 126, 126, 7, 127, 128, 129, 130, 30, 130, 130, 129, Weeby. It's up and down. 133 now 4. 133 now 4. 33 on money 4. 33 now 4. 34, 34. 1, 2 8 right here. 134, 134, 134, 134, 133. Marty 25. Sell a heifer kind on this side. 7 hand, 220 now 2. 220 now $2. T with a bit of $2. 1 heifer, now 2, now 4, now 6, 228, 228, 30, 230, 232, 2, 4, 4, with a 6, 38, 38, 40, with a 2, with a bit of 4, with a 6, with a bit of 46, 8, 250, 250, now 2, 4, with a 54, 56, 258, 60, with a bit 260, 258, show number 8, show number 8. 7 hand, 145, $46, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 50, 51, $1, 152, 152, 51, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 152, 3, 53, 4, 154, 54. We got 54, 54, 153. Brian Hoffman, 153. Brian Hoffman. Number 5, put a 5 on it, put a 5 on it. 120, now 120, hit with 1. Money, 1, minute 2, with 3, with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30, with 1, with 2, with 3, with 4, with 5, 36, 137, now minute 37, 37, 37, 136, Reese 21, Reese 21. Somewhere there, $4.95, $4.95, $4 on the money, now 5, 10, 15, 20, bit of 5, bit of 30, bit of 5, bit of 40, now 5, 55, bit of 4, 55, 455, 555, bit of 55, 450, H36. Sell red over there, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 55, bit of 350 now 5, 350 now 5, bit of 55, 555, bit of 355, 350 now 2.5, bit of $3, now 2.5, bit of 302.5, 5, 37.5, bit of 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. I got Brian 7.5, 7.5, but a 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 3, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Brian Hoffman, $4, now 5, but a $4 now 5, $4 now 5, but a $4 now 5, $4 now 5, but a $3.30 now 5, on the money 5, but a $3.35, 45, but a 50, but a 55, 360, but a 60, 360, 5, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, but a 380, 375 Ritter. $128.9, $128.9, $128 on money, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 38, $39, 40, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 139 Lone Star. Okay, had big calves jerked off of them. Hold one if you need to. Hold one if you need to. 140 now 140 on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 51, 51, 52, 51, 52. $151 2, 151 2, 152 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 151 Troy 15. $138.9, $38.9, $138 money, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 44, 5, 145, 45, 45, 45, 144 Lone Star. Sell one big heifer, $3.60, now 5, 360 on the money, 5, 360, 575, 80, 5, 85, 90, 5, $4, now 5, now 10, $10, 15, 20, 425, 430, 430, 430, 430, 425 Troy number 21. 420, now 5, 420, now 5, money 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 475, 470, now 5, 555, 75, 470 Ritter. 7 hand, 115, 16, $9.15, that's $16. On the money, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 2, 3, 33, 1, 33, 4, 5, 34, 5, 6, 7, 38, 39, $9, 40, 140, 140, 139, Weeby. Sell two bulls, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, money 2.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7, 10, 10, but 3, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, capital number 34. Stick kind, $3, now 5, $3, 2.5 on the money, 2.5, 302.5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 3.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy 5, Troy 5. 110, 111, 11, 110, 11, 110, 111, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, money 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, 1, 1, 2, 23, 4, 4, 4, 5, 124, Weeby. $7.5, $3 now $5, $3 now $5, $3 now $5, $3 money, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 55, 335, and 540, 45, 55, 355, 360, 5, 75, 80, 5, 90, 5, 395, 95, 95, 95, 390, H number 30, 28, H 28. 7, 7, 3, 10, 12, 13, 12, money, 12, 14, 16, 18, 3, 18, 20, 2, 4, 26, 28, 3, 30, 2, 4, 34, 34, 34, 332, Simpson 36. Sell black steer, 7.5, 330, now 2, 330 on money, 2, $2, 4, 34, 34, 36, 38, 40, 2, 4, 44, 344, 44, 342, Troy 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330 on money, 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 355, 5, 60, 360, 65, 5, 360, capital, 25, 45, capital 45, 45. Sell the big one. 71 cow, 138, 9, $138.09, money 9, 109, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 48, 9, 50, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 150, Marty 25. 270 now $2 on the money now 270 272 270 now 4 74 6 78 80 280 280 278 show 77. Weigh the cow, 140 now 1, even 1 1, 140 now 1, 2, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 151, even 1, 150, Lone Star. Sell the calf. Say 380 now 5 on the scale 95 $4 5 10 15 20 425 30 435 40 440 440 440 435 Troy 2 on the scales Troy 2. Settle red. Over the top of the hand. 280 now 2, 224, 84, 86, 88, 90. 2, 4, 96, 98, $3, 2, 4, about 6, 8, 10, 12, 314, 314, 14, 14, 14, 312, D&D 26. Over there, 7.5, $3 now 2, 302, 222, money 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 318, 318, 318, 316, D&D 26. 7.5, $2.16 now 2.5, 216 now 2.5, 2.5 money 2.5, 2.5, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 260 D&D 93. Sale two big ones there. $3, 10, 12, 310, money 12, 3 and 10, 12, 3 and 10, 12, 12, 3, 10, two big ones, 3, 10, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 14, 16, 16, 18, 20, 3, 20, 3, 18, Troy, 24, Troy, 24, $3, 40, now 2, 3 and 40, now 2, 2, money 2, 4, 46, 48, $50, $2, $4, $6, $6, 6, 58, 3, 58, 360, 60. 364, 6, 8, 368, 70, 370, 368, Troy, 3. Two solid reds. $7 and a half, $3.50, now 2.5, $3.50, now 2.5, money, 5, 55, 55, 7.5, $3.57 and a half, 60, 2.5, 5, 7, 6, 70, 2.5, $3.75, 7.5, 80, 3.80, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 3.82 and a half, that'll be Troy, number 2, Troy 2, $3, now 2.5, $3, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 29, 5, 27 and a half, 30, 29, 5, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 60, 2.5, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 2.5, 5, 5, 372 and a half, lady 94, lady 94. 340 now 5, 340 now money now 555, 65, 3. Heifer, isn't it? 365, 375, 80, 90, 5, 4, 10, 415, 20, 430, 430, 425. That'll be Troy 21, Troy 21. Two white ones, two. Okay, sell one steer, $3 now 5, $3 now money now 5, $3 now 5. Steer going out 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 60, 65, 370, 5, 70, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 380. Lady number 94, lady 94. Heifer over there 220 now 5, turn 20 now 5, 225, 30, 5, 40, heifer, 240, 240, 240, 240, 245, 245, 250, 255, 60, 60, 255, Brian Hoffman, 7 and a half, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 45, 50, $350, 350, 350, 50, 50, 50, 350, 350, 345, Fox, 2, Fox number 2. Sell big one, no matter 330, now 5. 330 on the money, now 5, selling the big one. 330, 540, 5, 50, 355, 360, 365, 570, 75, 70, 60, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2.5, 75, 75, 370, 2.5, Troy 3, Troy 3. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 45, 50, 65, 375, 80, 385, 385, 85, 85, 380. Show number 1. Show 16. Show 6. 21. Show 21. Show 2-1. Two big ones here, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, money 5, 330 now 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 45. Yes, ma'am. So steer 7 and a half, 350 now 5, money 5, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 440, 435, 40, 445, 5, 50, 450, 450, 450, 445, Troy 2, Troy 2. $3, $4.40 now 5, 440 now 5, 440 now money now 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 45, 95, 95, 490 now 5, $5 now 5, 505, 10, 15, 520, 5, 525, 520, Troy 2, Troy 2. Okay, selling the tag in two big ones. $3. Now 2.5. On money. 2.5. 302.5. 302.5. 5. But a 305. 7.5. 10. But a minute 10. 12.5. But a minute 12.5. 310. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 310. Nolan 56. Seven here, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, capital 34. Seven here, 316, now 5, 316, now 5, money, 5, 75, 85, 95, at a 4, not about a 5, at a 10, 415, 25, at a 30, at a 5, at a 40, at a 5, at a 50, at a 450, 450, 450, 450, 445, H36. Sell one bull, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, $3 money, 2.5, 302.5. Selling one bull, 302.5, 5, 305, 305, 55, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about 310, 307.5, capital 31. So two heifers, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, $3, now 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7, 8, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 5, 327.5, 20, 30, 330, 30, 330, 330, 327.5, D&D 24. Put that last capsule on. So one little one there. 370 now 5. 370 now money 5 at 370 now 5. Selling the little one. 370 now 5. 5 5 5 5. 370 Troy 4. 320, not 2.5, 322.5. On money, 2.5, 5, 25, 27.5, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 347.5, 347.5, 345, Troy 5. Some there, 290, not 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 290 on money, 205, 95, 97.5, $3, but 2.9, 5, 305, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 315, 312.5, capital 31. Hold it, Jody, hold it just a minute.
No kiss bulls? No? Nothing? Huh? The vet's leaving? Jody, the vet's leaving? Okay, you're not saying anything. Alright. Okay. No kiss bulls?
No. Okay. 310, 12.5, 13, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 79, 379, 20, with a bit of 320, with a bit of 20, 20, 20, 22 and a half, 322 and a 5, with a 25, 27 and a half, with a bit of 330, with a bit of 330, 330, 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 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 330, capital number 34. 7.5, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 330, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 42.5, 340, capital number 35. 7.5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 20, 20, 20, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy 2. Every kind, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2 to 5, 35, 7.5, 40, bit of 2.5, bit of 5, bit of 45, 347.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 52.5, 352 and a 5, 555, bit of 55, 7.5, 360, bit of 2.5, bit of 5, bit of 7.5, bit of 7.5, 7.5, 367.5, 365, Troy 3, Troy 3. 7.5, $2.60, now 2.5. 216, now 2.5, 5, but a 7, 70, 2.5, but a bit of 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5. 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 85, 85, but a 287.5, 287.5, 90, but a 90, 90, 90, 90, but a 90, 287.5, Nolan 29. 7 ahead, two big ones, 7 and 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 97, 97, $3, 2.5, 305, 37.5, 10, about $10, 10, 12.5, 15, but a 315, 315, 15, 15, 15, but a 79, 79, 20, 320, but a 320, 317.5, Nolan 26, 7.5, $4 now, 40, now 5, 440, now money, now 555, 465, but a 75, but a 8, 475, 80, 485. 90, 90, 90, 90, 94, 94, 90, 485 Ritter. Two more, pick two you like. 350, now 5. 350, now money, now 5. 355, two of them now. 355, 60, 365. 370, 5, 80, 80, 85. 85, 90, 90, 5, $4, $4, 5, 10, 410, 15, 20, 5, 425, 25, 25, 420, Troy, 4. 7.5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, but 280, now 5, 95, $3, but $3, 5, but 5, yes sir, right there, 305, 305, you do it, $5, 5, now 5, now 5, now 5, now 5, $3 Gully, number 55, Gully 55. Okay, sell 3 head. 7 or 270, now 2.5. 270 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a bit of 270, 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, Nolan 29. Okay, gonna get a bid price. $170, now 2.5. 170 money, 2.5. 175, 175, 2.5, now 5, but it's 75, 75, 75, 75. Okay, 170, now 5. Gonna bid price right there. 170, now 5. Money 5. 175. 175. 75, 75, 75, 75. 170, Javier 29. 280, now 2.5, 85, 85, 205, 87.5, 90, number 2.9, but a 5, but a 97.5, $3, 2.9, but a 5, 305, 7.5, 10, number 12.5, 15, 79, but a 79, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy number 7, Troy 7. Okay, they're on your pass out, Lee Evans. Blackleg and Cattle Master. 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy, number 24, Troy 24. Same cattle, Cattle Master and Subway. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now money, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 360, 60, 360, 357 and a half, Troy 6. Here comes 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, on money, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 40, 3, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 3, 42 and a half, Reese, number 7, Reese 7. 3, 10, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 15, 17 and a half, money, 17 and a half, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 27 and a half, Capital 34. African, they're nice. Same cattle. $3, 5, 7 and a half, 305, money 7 and a half, 10, and then 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, with a 2 and a half, with a 5, 25, 322 and a half, 5, 25, 322 and a half, Troy 26, Troy 26. 7 and a half, 316, now 5. On the money, 5, 75, 85, and a 90, but a 90, 385, 90, 90, 95. $4, but a $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, but a 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 20, but a 5, but a 425, 30, 430, now 5, but a 435, 35, 35, 430, D&D 20. Here's happening, 270, now 5, 272 and a half, 270, on the money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 295, 295, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 29. Got one big one, 7 or 230, now 2 and a half, 230, now 2 and a half, money, 25, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 55, 47 and a half, and a 50, 250, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 250, 25, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, 252 and a half, Shoat number 8, Shoat 19, Shoat 19 on her. 7 and a half, 290, now 2, 224, 294, 96, 98, now $3, $3, 2, with the 4, with a 306, with a 6, 306, 306, 306, 304, D&D 26. 7 and a half, $3.50, now 5, $3.50, now 5, $3.50 on the money, 5, 60, 5, 70, 5, 370, 2 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, 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 370, Troy 5. Steers, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 money 5, 7 and a half, 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17, 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 325, 325, 322 and a half, Troy 24. Okay, boys, I've had an 8-way shot. That one steer, 305, 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and a half, 305, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 22 and a half, 322 and a half, 320, Simpson, 37. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and money, 2 and a half, 335, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 345, 45, 45, 342 and a half, Reese, number 7. 7 and a half, 390, now 5, 390, now 5, with the money, 5, $4, 5, with a bit of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, now 5, with a 30, with a 430, 540, with a 5, 440, 550, with a 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 445, H number 4. 310, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 315, with a bit of 15, 15, 17 and a half, with a 20, with a bit of 320, with a bit of 17, 22 and a half, 25, 325, with a 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Troy, number 1. $350 $350 $350 on the money, 565, with a bit of 65, 70, with a bit of 5, 375, 80, with 80, with a bit of 395, 85, 85, 90, 390, now 5, with a 95, now $4, 5, with a bit of 10, with a $10, 10, 15, 420, with a bit of 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy, number 3. All right, Mesa Tea Cattle. They've had Triangle 5 and Calvary 9.
Four deal, big, little.
Okay, Triangle 5 and Calvary 9. 7 half, 320, now 5. 320, now 5, 320 on the money, 5. Got the money, now 5. 325, 325, 30, 330, now 5, 335, 40, now 5, with a bit of a 50, with a bit of 5, 355, 60, with a 5, with a bit of 65, 75, with a bit of 75, 370, Troy, 21.
Big deal, little. Deal big, deal little.
Where was the first 2 deals? I don't know why they put that one in front. There's 2 deals of heifers that should have been them, but I'll be sure we get Mason T. That's my bowler down here. 77-0, Chef. 77-0. I think we got the pin numbers back to back. We got
290, now 290, 2925, now 78, now $3 down, 29, now 5, now 7, now 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, now 20, with a bit of 320, 2 and a half, 25, 325, 7 and a half, with a bit of 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, I can't call it. Bynum.
What's Bynum? What's his first
Bynum Ranch.
I'm just gonna put it in this one.
Okay, same cattle, Mesa T. Okay, had a round of shots on the cows. 315, 79, 315, 79, 79, 20, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 30, bit of 330, 330, 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 35, 35, 35, 335, 7 and a half, bit of 337 and a half, 40, bit of 340, 340, 340, bit of $340, $40, $337 and a half, Bynum Ranch. 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 257 and a half, bit of 330, bit of 32 and a half, 332 and a half, bit of 25, 37 and a half, bit of 337 and a half, 337 and a half, bit of 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 42 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, bit of 5, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, bit of 59, 59, 50, 347 and a half, Bynum. Same cattle, Mesa T. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, but a bit of 337 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, now 5, but a bit of a 47 and a half, but a bit of 50, 350, 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 355, 355, 7 and a half, 60, 360, 360, 360, 357 and a half, Simpson, 36. Seven and a half, 340, now 2 and a half, 340, now 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, with a 5, with a 45, 7 and a half, 350, with a 50, now 50, now 50, 2 and a half, 355, 355, 55, with a 7 and a half, 360, with a 2 and a half, with a 25, with a 7 and a half, with a 70, 370, 2 and a half, with a 5, with a 75, 375, 375, 372 and a half. Reese number 7. 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 2 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3 but a 2 and a half, 305, 305, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 17 and a half, but a 20, but a 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Nolan 27, 26, Nolan 26. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330 on the money, now 5, but about 40, but about 5, but about 50, but about 5, 360, 5, but about 70, 5, but about 375, 375, 5, 5, 5, 5, but about 5, 370, Troy 3. Tell the big one, 290, now 2 and a half. On the bull, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 315, 315, 315, 315, 312 and a half, Nolan 26, Hefferkind, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 302 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, but a $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, Troy 1. Mark for ownership. Boy's been weaned 3 weeks and had a blackleg shot. Chicken, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, but 12 and a half, 15, but 15, 15, 79, 20, 2 and a half, now 5, but 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, but 5, 322 and a half, Troy 24. Another family member. Sell 3 big ones. You're good. 3 big ones, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 323, 4, 5, 326, 6, 327, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 328, not a 8, not a 9, not a 9, not a 9, not a 9, 328, Simpson 37. Seven and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, but 40, but 2 and a half, but 7 and a half, 5, but 7 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, 355, 55, 55, 355, 355, 355, 350, 2 and a half, Reese number 7. Over there, sell 1, number $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but 17 and a half, 20, but 320, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 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 320, Nolan 26. 7 here, 330, now 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 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 330, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 330, Troy 6. 7 here, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 2 and a half, 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 340, Troy 5. 7 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 335, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, 325, 322 and a half, Troy number 6. Two head over there. Over there, 290, now 2 and a half, 5, 297 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, D&D 26. $3, now 10, 12 and a half, 310, money 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, 330, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 1. Sell 3 big ones. 305, 37.5. Hold the little one. 305, 7.5. 305, money 7.5. 305, 307.5. 10, but a 10, 12.5. 15, but a 79, 20, but a 2.5, but a 5. 25, 325. 25, 25, 25, 25. 322.5. D&D 26. Sell a little one on the scales now. 330 now 5. 45, 55, 65, 365. 360 now 5. 360 Troy, 3 on the scales. Two little ones there. 340 now 2.5. Money 2.5. Buying 2 little ones. 340, 2.5. 347.5. 350, 50, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5. 355, 7.5. 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70. 370, 370, 370. 367.5. H number 4. $2.16 now 5. 260 now 5. 216 now 5. Money 5 and a 70, 5 and a 80, 285. 285, 85, 85, 90, 90, 290, 90, 290 now 5, now $3 now 5, 10, 3 and 10, 10, 15, 20, 325, 325, 320 capital 34. Got a steer. 7.5, 270, now 2.5, 25, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 295, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 307.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Nolan 27. 7.5, $4.50 now 5, 450 now 5, and 450 now 5, 450 now 5, and money 5, and 65, and 465, 465, and 460 Troy 2. Sell them here $4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. 10 15 25 425. 425, 430, 30, 5, 440, 440, 440, 435 Ritter. Okay, been waiting 120 days. Had a Bova Shield Gold and Vista 1. Sell a heifer. Sell 1 heifer. $2 40, now 2.5, 242, now 5. 40, 45, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 55, 57.5, $60. 260, 2.5, now 5, but a 7.5, 70. 270, but a 70, 70, 70, 70. 267.5. 871, 871. Got a steer, 7.5, $2, 40, now 2.5, 240, 257.5, 50, 2.5, 2.5, 257.5, 260, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, and a 5, and a 7.5, 80, 2.5, and a 5, and a 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285, 282.5, lady 95, lady 95, $2.20, now 2.5, 220, 2.5, and about 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 220, now 2.5, and about 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 220, 2.5, and 2.5, 25, 225, 25, 25, 25, 222.5, Brian Hoffman 5. Way down low. Old deal goes with him. $1, now 5. $100, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 140, 5, 50, 155, 155, 155, 155, 60, 165, 70, 175, 175, 75, 170, Tom 3. Oh, there, 310, 312.5, 310, 312.5, money 12.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 330, 2.9, 2.5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 42.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 355, 55, 55, 55, 355, 350, 2.5, Simpson 35. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 on the money now 5, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 2.5 now 3.25, 27.5, 3.30, but a 2.5, but a 32.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3.30. Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, $2.40 now 2.5, 2.40 money 2.5, 2.40, 2.5, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5 now 5, now 7.5, 277.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 80, 280, 280, 2.5 at a 5, 85, 7.5, 90, 290, 2.5 at a 90, 2.5, 290, 871, 871. Heifer. Good one. 7.5, 3.30, now 5. Money, 5.40, 5.55, but a 3.65, 3.75, 80, but a 85, but a 90, but a 95, but a $4, but a $4, $4, $4, 5, 4.05, 4.10, but a 15, 4.15, 15, 20, but a 20, but a 5, but a 4.25, 25, 25, 4.20, Lady 93, Lady 93, 3.05, 3.7.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, money 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, but a 3.20, 2.5, but a 2.5, 3.25, 7.5, but a 3.30, but a 32.5, 32.5, 5, but a 3.37.5, but a 3.7.5, 7.5, 40, 3.40, 3.40, 3.40, 3.37.5, Simpson 37. Sell 3 big ones, 3 big ones. So a 3.10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, and a 12.5, 15, 17, 20, 2.5, now 5, 3.27.5, 3.30, but a 30, 2.5, but a 2.5, 35, 3.35, and 7.5, but a 3.37.5, 40, but a 40, but a 40, 3.37.5, Gully 5.5, Gully 5.5. 7 here, $4 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, 40, 5, 50, 4.50, 4.50, but a 50 now 50. Now 50, 445, Troy 2. 7 here, 290 now 5, money 5, but a 290 now 5, $3, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 10, but a 12 and a half, 15, but a bit of 15, 79, 20, 320, but a bit of 20, 79, 20, 20, 20, 317 and a half, Gully 6, Gully number 6. Say they're loud and good here. You like them? $3.40 now 5 over there, 3.45, 55, 65, but a 70, 3.75, 80, 85, but a 3.90, but a 5, but a 95, $4.05, but a 4.05, 10, 15, but a 20, but a 4.20, 4.15, not 20, not 20, not 20, 4.15, Gully 1, Gully number 1, 3.20 now 5, 3.20, money 5, 35, 40, but a 5, but a 50, 3.55, but a 3.60, but a 5, but a 70, 3.75, 80, but a 80, 80, but a 75, 80, 80, 80, 375, Gully 1, Gully 1. Some over there, but 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 25, 7, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, but a 327 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Troy 26, Troy 26. Sell one big heifer over there, 280, now 2.5, 85, 282 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 90, 2.5, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, $3, 2.5, 5, but a 305, 305, 305, 302 and a half, 871, 871.
I think that cold air makes it hard. You feel the air conditioner?
Yeah. Y'all feel it? Y'all have it? Yeah. You know.
The air conditioner, do you feel it blowing right on you?
Yeah.
I think
No,
that
my
makes you.
have. Oh, I have it at home too. 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, money 5, at a 270, now 5, 80 with the 5, 90 with the 290, 5 at a 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, capital number 94. All right, Nick. 6 head, been weaned 6 weeks and had a 7-way shot. Over there, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 40, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 45, 50, with a bit of 350, now 50, now 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, Troy 45. One about 270 now 5, money 5, 275, 270 now 5, with a bit of 80, with a bit of 5, with a 90, with a bit of 5, with a bit of $3, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 5, 37.5, 10, 12.5, 15, with a 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Nolan 26, $2.20 now 5, with a 220 now 5, money 5, 225, 30, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 35, 235, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 230, lady number 9. 5, 7 here, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, but 90, but 90, 90, 92 to 5, 7 half 90, 290, 2.5, 5, 97 half, $3, but 2.5, but about 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, $3, D&D 26. Okay, they've had Covexonate. 7 half, 350 now 5, 350 on money 5, but 350 now 5, but 355. There's steer 60, 60, 5, but 70, but 5, 375, 85, but 85, 90, but 90, but 90, but 90, 385, 90, 90, but 90, 385, Troy 4. 2 Charlets and the black. 7 half, 320, now 5. 320, money 5 at 320, now 5 at 320, now 530. 330, 35, 35, not red, 35, 40, 340, now 5. 345, now 50, 350, 50, 47 half, 347 half, 347 half, 345, Troy number. The red's coming back. Hold. You need to look at another one. He thinks it's got a big hop. Troy Ford. Sell reds, $3 now 5. $3 money 5, 10, and 15, 20, 5, 330, 30, 325. Troy number 5. Seven half, $3 now 5. Money 5, $3 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 325, 25, 2.5, now 5, 325, 325, 325, 320, 2.5, Troy 24. 7 half. That black leg and triangle. Oh, there, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, re 7. Steer right here, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 6. Say right here, $7.5, $4 now $5. $4 money, $5, $4 now $5, $5, 10, 10, 15, 20. $4.20 now $5, 25, 25, 25, 25. $4.20 Troy 4. All right, Ecovaccinate, Bova Shield, and Ben Worm with side Decton. Sell a steer, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now money, now 5, 65, but a bit of 65, 70, 5, 80, but a 285, but a 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, shoat, 77. 7 ahead, 240 now, 2.5, 240 money, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 240 Nolan 29. Sell a black bull. $220, now 2.5, now 5. $222, now 5, 5, but a 22 and a 5. $225, 7.5, 30, but a 2.5, but a 5, but a 7.5, but a 40, but a 240. 240, 2.5, 5, but a 45, 47, 7.5. 247, 247, 50, 250, 250, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 250, shoot, 100. Two red over there. Two reds. 7 or 280, not 2.5. 280, 2.5. 7 90, but 90, 2.5, 97 half. $3, but a 2.5. 5, 3, 7 half. 7 half, but a 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half. 305, Troy 7. Over there, 7.5, 270, not 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but about 275, but about 7.5, 80, but about 2.5, but 5, 87 and 90, but 2.9, 2.5, 97 half, 297 half, 7.5, $3, but about $3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3, 2.5, but about 3.5, 7.5, but 10, but about 12.5, but about 12.5, 310, Troy, number 24. 280, now 2.5, 280, money, 257 and 90, 2.5, but about 925, 95, 97 half. $3, 2.5, but a 5, but a 305, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 307 half, 305, Troy 7, Troy 7. $2, 40, now 2.5, money, 2.5, but a 240, 2.5, now 5, 47 half, 250, now 2.5, now 5, 55, 7 half, 60, 260, 2.5, 7 half, 70, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, shoot, 77. Seven here, 250, now 2.5, 250, now 2.5, money, 2.5, but a bit of 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a bit of 7, 60, 2.5, now 5, but a bit of 7, 70, 2.5, but a 5, 75, 7, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 7, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, $3, but 2.5, 5, 302.5, 302.5, $3, H, 71. Warnock had a 7-way shot. 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, but 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but 320, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, but 325, but 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, but 30, but 330, but 330, 330, 327 and a half, Reese 7. Three big blacks there. 340 now 5. 340 money 5. 345. 315 now 5. 55 55 60. 360 5. 2.5 5. 360 2.5 now 5 now 7.5. 367 7.5 70. 370 70. 367 and a half, Troy, 5, 7.5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 on the money now 5, 90, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, $5, 405, $4, Troy 2, Troy 2. Steers up in his half and half, 315 now 5, 315 now money now 5, 5, 60, 5, 365, 370, 70, 370, 365, Troy 5. 7 here, $2, 15 now 5, 250 now 5, money 5, 255, 55, 55, 255, 5, 255, 5, 255. 250, 871. Sale 4 big ones, 4 big ones. 290, not 2.5, 290 money, 2.5, 5, 96, 95, 95. 290, 2.5, 7 hand, 97 $3, $3, 2.5, 302, 2.5, 5, 305, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 310, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, capital 94. 350 now 5. 350 on money 5. 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 85, 95. 395, $4, 5, 10, $10, 15, 415, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415, Lady 93. Mark for ownership. 7 here, 370 now 5, 370 on the money 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 430, 30, 34, 30, 425, Troy 4. All right, Billy Housen Fleet. Been winning 30 days, had a 7-way shot in Triangle 5. Two big. Okay, 2 big ones over there. 290 now 5, money 5, 290 now 5, 290 now 2 big ones over there, $3, $3 now 5, 305, 305, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 315, 20, 20, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 330, 325, show number 100. Over there, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 5, 335, 330 on money 540, 340 now 5, 345, 5, 42 and a 5, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 350, 350, 2 and a half, 52, 5, 55, 7 and a half, 357 and a half, 57 and a half, 355, Simpson 35. Over there, $3 now 5, money 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, 5, 5, 305, 305, 305, $3, capital number 31. 7 half at a 340 now 5, 340 now 5 at a 340 now 2 and a half, 340 2 and a half, 340 now 2 and a half, 2 and a half right here, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340 now 2 and a half, 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 330 now 2 and a half, 330 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 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 330, capital, 35, cap 35.
rounds of 8 way.
Okay, 2 rounds 8 way. 350 and a 5, 350 and a 5, 350 on the money, now 5 and a 60, with a bit of a 5, with a bit of a 70, with a bit of a 5, with a bit of an 80, with a bit of 380, 85, 85, 90, 90, with a 95, with a bit of 95, 95, 95, 390, Simpson 50, Simpson 50, Mark for ownership. $7 $3 now 5 $3 now 5 $3 money 5 10 with a bit of 15 20 with a bit of 320 now 5 330 with a bit of a 5 with a bit of 35 35 40 with a bit of a 5 with a bit of 5 with a 50 350 350 355 360 5 with a 70 with a 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 85 90 390 85 90 95 with a 95 $4 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 10 with a bit of 10 15 20 with a bit of 420 20 20 410 so lease. Say right here, 7 330 now 5 330 now 5 money 540 with 5 with a bit of 340 550 350 now 5 360 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 65 70 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 85 90 with a bit of 90 90 90 90 with a bit of 90 385 capital number 45. Two big ones, $3 now 2.5, 302 and a half, money 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.5, 5 with a 305, 7, 8, 10, with a $10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17, with a bit of 17, 317, 20, 320, 20, 2.5, about 2.5, with a 7, with a 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, with a bit of 340, 340, 337 and a half, Troy 3, 330 now 5, with a 330 now 5, money 5, with a bit of 330 now 5, 45. 55, 365, but a bit of 65, 70, 5, but a bit of 80, but a bit of 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, $4, 5, 5, 5, but a bit of 5, $4, D&D 20. $175, $180, $175, money, $80, $175, $80. Got the money, now $80, $180, $180, $85, $85, $185, $90, $190, $190, $90, $90, $185, show, $200. Yard with the 200s, I think you yard him with the 100. 315, 7.5, 379, money, 7.5. 20, with a 220, with a 2.5, with a 5, with a 25, 25, 325, 2.5, now 5, 7.5, with a 327, 327, 30, with a 30, 327, re 7, 330, now 5, with a 330, now 5, money, 5, with a 330, now 5, with a 35, 330, Troy 5. 7 half a kind, but I'm going to 7 half, 290, now 2.5, 95, 97 half, but a $3, 2.5, 5, but a 7 half, but 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 3, 15, 17, now 20, but a 2.5, but a 2.5, 5, 25, 20, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 20, 2.5, Troy 26. Seven here, 7 half, 280, now 2.5, 2. Hold the little one, 280, now 2.5, 85, 85. Selling two big ones, 285, 280, 2.5, 7.5, 290, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, but a bit of 5, 3, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, a bit of 10, 307.5, Nolan 27, right here, $2.16, now 2.5, 260, now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 260, now 2.5, 260, one head over there, 240, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, going on, 240, 2.5. Money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 245, and a bit of 5, 7.5, and a bit 247, 50, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 55, 55, 7.5, 260, but a bit 2.5, and a bit 2.5, 260, gully 6. Bull over there, 290, now 25, 97 half, $3, 2.5, 5, but a 305, 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17, 20, but a 320, 317, 20, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 320, 2.5, Nolan 26, over 20, what is Nolan 56? Nolan 56, 320, now 5, 320 on my 530, but a 5, but about 330, 540, 345, but a bit of 5, 5, bit of 42 and a 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 342 and a half, Troy number 1, Troy 1.
Katie Morris,
Okay, wing 60 days, had Covaxin 8 and Triangle 10. 305, 307 and a half, 37 and a half, money 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 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 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 330, D&D 24, 330, now 5, and a 330, now 5, money 540, 45, 345, and about 5, and a 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, lady 93. Two more, pick two you like. 330, now 5. 330, on money 5, 40, with a 40, with a 5, with a 345, 55, with a 55, 360, with a 60, 360, 360, 355, lady number 9. 3 head, lady 94, 3, lady 93. 3 head. Lady 93. 7 here, 7 and 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 95, but a $3, 5, but a TDM, and about a 15, but a 20, 325, 30, but a 5, but a 335, 35, 35, 40, 340, now 5, now 50, but a 5, but a 60, 365, but a 5, 360, lady 91. 180, now 5. 180 on the money, now 5. 180, now 5. 85, but it got the money. 85, but $85, 85, 90, but 95, but $95, $2. $2, 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205. $2. Marty number 1. Marty 1. Wayne Cattle. All right, 2 rounds of both shield gold and blackleg. 2 rounds of shot, 340, now 5, money 5, but a 340, now 5, 340, now 5, and a 50, with a bit of 55, but a 355, 60, with a bit of 5, but a 370, with a bit of 5, 375, 80, 80, with a bit of 5, but 85, 85, 85, 380, Simpson 50. Over there, heifer, $3, now 5. $3, now 5, money, 5, $3, now 5. $3, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 325, 30, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 40, 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 335, H47. Okay, left y'all there. Over there's having a hand. 140, 240, now 5. 240, now 5. Little bit, not bad. 50, 255. 260, now 5, now 70, now 70. 275, and then 80, but a 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a $3, but a 5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a $10, 10, 15. 320, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 5, but a 345. 340, Troy number 4. 7 here, 360, now 5, 360, now 5, money 575. 75, 80, 5, 85, 90, 95, $4, $4, 395, 405, 405, 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about $10, $10, 10, 405, capital 45. 7 here, 320, now 5. 320, now 5, but a 320, now 5. On the money, now 5, but a 22 and a half. 5, but a 25, 25, 7 and a half. 30, but a 330, but a 32 and a half, but a 5, 35, 35, 7 and a half, but a 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, Troy 6. See, look over here. 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 345. Money, 5. 342 and a half. 342 and a half. 2 and a half. 340, Troy, 5. What do you got? 2 heifers, 2 heifers. 7 here, $3, now 5. $3, now 5. 2 heifers on the money, now 5. 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 5, 5, 5, and 10. 310, 15, 15, 20, 5, 25, 30, 330, 330, now 30, 330, 330, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 345, 345, 340, lady number 93. 7 half, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, a dividend money, 545, a dividend 45, 50, 355, 365, a dividend 70, a dividend 5, 75, 85, a dividend 85, 90, a dividend 5, a dividend 95, 95, now $4, $4.05, a dividend 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 405, Letty 91, Letty 91. Wilford Willie. All right, boys, have had a co-vaccinate and triangle 4 plus PHK. 320, now 5, 320, now money, now 530, 35, 35, 40, 340, 40, 2.5, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, Troy 5. 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 327.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 335, 35, 37.5, 337.5, 337.5, 335, Troy 6. 7 half, 315, 17 half, 3 money, 17 half, now 17 half, 320, 2 and 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 half, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, 35, 37 half, 337 half, 337 half, 7 half, 337 half, 335, Simpson 36. 7 here, $3 now 5. $3 money, 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 20, 23, 20, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 325, 7 half, 30, 330, 30, 330, 330, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 half, 337 half, 337 half, 335, capital 3. Say 3 big ones, $3 now 2.5, 302.5 money, 2.5, 302.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 305, 7 half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but 15, 17 half, 317 and a half, but 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 315, Troy 26, Troy 26. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 335, 40, now 5, 345, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 340, DH, 37. Seven half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half, 320, D&D 93. 7 $135, $136, 135, 136, on the money, 7 to 8, 39, $9, 40, 1, 2, 142, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 142, 3, 14, 3, 142, Lone Star. Okay, coming in, had 2 rounds, Triangle 5, Envision 7, and 1 round of pre-spawns. Hurricane 7 and 7 3, 10, now 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and 20, 2 and a half, 5 and 7 and a half, 30, 330, 330, 330, 330, 330, 327 and a half, H37. H47. Boys, you like them here. Real condition on them. 370, now 5. 370, now 5. 370, now money's in. 580, 75, 80. 85, 85. 385, 90, 90, 95. 395, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10. 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 25. 430, 30, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 430. 425, Troy 4, Troy 4. 140, now 5. 140 on the money, now 5. 150, now 5. Now 60, now 5. Now 70, 170. 165, 70. 170, 75. 175, 75. 75, 75. 170, Tom 3. Had a round of shots. Sell black. $7 $2.90 now $5. $2.95 $3 now $5 now 10 now 15 now 20 now 5 now $3.25. $3.25 25 25 25. $3.20 Nolan 26. $2.80 now 2.5. $2.80 2.5. $2.80 2.5. $80 2.5. $2.80 2.5. $2.80 but 2.5. $2.5 2.5 $60 now 2.5. $2.60 2.5 money 2.5 but 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 but 5 7.5 $70 $2.70 2.5 but 2.5 2.5 2.5 $2.70 2.5 $2.70 lady 95. Okay, had a blackleg shot. 320 now 5. 320 now 5. 320 on the money 5. 30 30 55 40 5 45 50 350 2.5 2.5 55 55 55 350 2.5 now 5 355 355 350 2.5 Troy 5 Troy 5. Steer over there by the scale 350 now 5 money 5 355 going on 350 now 5 350 now 5 350 Troy 4. Oh, there, 320 now 5. 320 on money 5, 320 now 5. 325, 30, 5, 40, 340, 40, 40, 40, 40. 335, D&D 24. 7.5, 340 now 5. On the money 5, 55, 65, 75, 80, 5, 85, 385, 85, 85, 85, 385, 380 Troy 21. Sell 3 big ones. 7, 7.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 20, 2.5, 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 325, 320, 2.5 capital. 31. Seven, 330 now 5. 330 now money now 5. 335. 335. 3040. 340 now 5. 5 5 5 5 345 5 5 85. 340 Troy number 1. Two little ones there. $4 now 16 now 5. 416 that 2 little ones. 416 now 5. Mighty 5. 465 5 5. 460 Troy 2 Troy 2. 7 here, 7.5, $2.50 now 5. 250 now 5. 60, 255, 65, 265, 70, 5, 80, 5, 285, 90 now 5. 95, $3, $3, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 330. Lady number 91. 6-shooter. 6-shooter Woodward cattle wing 20 days. Had 2 rounds of IBR and blackleg. Worm with Iva, Matt. Okay, gotta hold the little one. 325, 7.5. Hold in one little one. On the money, 7.5. 325, 7.5. 325, 7.5, 30. 330, 2.5. 35, 37.5. 337.5, 40. 340, 40 now 2.5. 340, 25, 5, 5, 5, 7.5. 350, 350, 350, 350, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 350, 2.5. 350, Troy 6. Table it here, 310. Not Sell 3 head, 3 head, 3 head. 330, now 5. We sell 2 head, Jody. Sell 2 or more. 330, 2.5. Money 2.5. 2 or more over there. 330, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330. Troy, number 4. Okay, change it. Troy 5. Troy 5. Sell 2. $3.15. 79. 317.5. 315, 79, 79, money 79, 315, 17 half, 79, 79, 79, 315, Simpson 37, I'm sorry, Billy, Simpson 37. Three more. You buy 3 you like. 320, not 2.5. 320, on the money, 2.5, 327.5. 327.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 32.5, 35, 335, 7.5, 337.5, 37.5, 40, 40, 40, 40, 43, 42.5, 42.5, 2.5, 25, 45, 47.5, 347.5, 53, 52.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 65, 360, 2.5, Troy 6. Say right here, 310, 12.5. 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, now 2.5, 322.5, 5, 25, 27.5, 330, 30, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 340, 40, 340, 340, 340, 337.5, Troy 6, Troy 6. 315 now 5, 315 now 5. On the money 565, 70, 5, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95, 395, 95, 95, 390. Simpson 50. 7.5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 85, 85, 85, 385, 90, 95, 95, 390 now 5, 95, 95, 390. Troy number 2. Troy, number 4. Troy 4. Stick hand ahead, but right here. 7 and 350 now 5. 350 now money 5. But 350 now 5. 55, 55, 55, 60. 360. 5. 70. 5. 75. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 70. 2.5. 370. Troy number 5. Watch him a little bit, Andy. Okay, Luna cattle. What's that? T-Run Strangle 10 and Kovacs and 8. 320 now 5. 320 now 5. Money 5. 320 now 530 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 40 with a bit of 40 with a bit of 340. 340 with a bit of 340. 335 Troy 3. Troy 3. 7 here, 7 and $2. 16 now 5. 260 now 5 with a bit of money. 5 with a bit of 70 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 280. 5 with 90 with 290 now 5. 295, 95, 95, 95. 290 capital 5. 7 here, 440 now 5. 440 now 5. Money 5 with a bit of 50 with a bit of 55. 60 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 465. 465. 555 with a bit of 5. 460 Troy 2. All right, single jackpot. 7 here, 7 and 260 now 5. Money 5. 260 now 5. 55 with a 70 with a 5 with 80 with a 5 90. 295. 295, 95, 95. 290 Nolan 27. Nolan 27. Single jackpot. 340 now 5. 340 now 5. Money 5. 340 now 50. 355. 365 with a 70 with a bit of 70. 375. 80 with a bit of 5 with a 90 with a bit of 90. 390. 390. 390. 90 90 90. 385 H4H number 4. 7 here, $3 now 5. $3 on the money now 5. 10 with a bit of 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 5 with a 30 with a bit of 330. 325. 30 with a bit of 330. 330. 325 show number 8. Showed 8. 7 here, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, 45, 55, 365, 70, 5, 375, 85, 85, 90, 5, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 390, H, 38. Cruise cattle from Winners, boys. They've had pyramid and blackleg. Good ones here, 335, 40. Hold one, Jody. 335, 40. Hold one, everybody. 340. Money, 40. 335, 7.5, 40. 340. Now 2.5. 42, 5. 45, 47 half. 350. 350. Now 2.5. 52 and 5, 5, 5. 355, 7.5. 60. 360, 2.5. 2.5. 5, 7.5. 70. 370, 2.5. 5. 75, 7.5. 7.5. 375, Troy 5. Boys, look them over about the right kind here. 320, now 2.5. 320, 2.5. Money, 2.5. 2.5, 25, 25. 25, 25. 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5. 35, 35, 37.5, 40. 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 340, 2.5. 340, Reese 7. Reese 7. Boys, heifers right off of them. You want some good ones. They're good. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 312 and a half. 310, money, 12 and a half. 12 and a half, 15. 315, 15, 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 317 and a half. 16, 17. 317, 317, 318. 318, 18, 18. 318, 317, 18, 19, 19, 19. 318, 319, 20. 20, 20, 20. 321. 321. Even $1, $2, $2, $3. 323. 3, 4, 4, 5, 325, 326, 325, 6, 326, 6, 325, capital number 94. Sell 3 big ones. $3 now 2.5. $3 now 2. 3 big ones. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Money 2.5. 302 and a half. 2.5. 2.5. 305. 307 and a half, 37 and a half, 310, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy, number 24. $2.50 now 5, $250 now 5. Money 5, 255, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 255, 250, Lady 9.5. Have a kind, $7.5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5. Money, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 340, 340, 340, 340, 335, Lady 93. Seven here, 7, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, money, 25, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 307.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, capital 94. All right, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 302 now 5, 37.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, capital 34. Sell 1 black steer, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 2 and a half, 2.5, 25, 27 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 30, 327 and a half, Gully 6. 7 hand, 290, now 2.5, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7, 8, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Nolan 26. 26. Nolan, 26. Sell one, beg one, 280, now 25, 85, 82, 95, 285, 285, 285, one big one, 85, 280, 287 and a half, 90, 287 and a half, D&D 26. Sell the tag. $7.5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $5, money $5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, $3, Brian Hoffman. Share time. Three big ones, sell three big ones, 330, now 5. Three big ones, 330 on the money, now 5. 330, now 540. 340, now 5. 345, 350. 355, 355, 360 with the 5, 365, 370 with the 5, 80 with the 85, 85, 90, 90 with the 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Simpson, 50. $7.5, $3.70, now 5, 370, now 5, 370 on the money, 580 with the 5, with the 90, with the 95, $4, $4.5, 10, with the 10, now 15, 20, with the 420, 415, 20, 20, 20, 415, Troy, 4. $7.5, $7.5, 370, now 5, 370, now 5, and money, 5, 370, now 5, 375, 80, but 5, but 90, but 95, but $4, but $4.5, 10, 4, $10, 10, 15, but 15, 15, 15, 15, 410, Simpson, 50. $7.5, but 390, now 5. 390 on the money, now 5 at 95. $4 at 5 at 10, but 10, 15, 20, 420, now 5 at 30, but 5 at 435. 430, now 5 at 5. 430, Troy, 4. $320, now 2.5, the money, 2.5, $325, $7.5, 30, but 2.5, but 5, but 35, 35, $7.5, $337.5. Have the big one here if you want it. $337.5, 40. 42.5, 14.5, 45, 47.5, 47.5, 7.5, 50, 352.5, 52.5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 355, 352.5, Troy, number 6. Right here, $3.50, now 5, 350 on the money, 565, 70. 370, now 5 and 80, 80, 80, 80, 380, 380, 375, Simpson, 50. 7 here, 320, now 2.5, 320 on the money, 2.5, number 7.5, 30, but 2.5, 30, 2.5, 335, and 35, 37.5, 337.5, and 40, with 340, 340, 340, 340, 337.5, Troy, 1. $7 here, 330, now 2.5, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 37.5, 340, 2.5, 5, 45, 7.5, 50, 350, now 2.5, 2.95, 55, 55, 355, 357.5, 360, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 365, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 367.5, 365, Troy, 3. Two big ones, 320, now 2.5, 320 on money, 2.5, 5, 27, 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 42.5, 40, 2.5, 5, 5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 55, 7.5, 360, 60, 360, 357.5, Troy, 5, 357.5. 420, now 5, 420, now 5, money, 5, 425, 25, 420, now 5, 420, now 5, 30, 435, 40, 5, 50, 455, 455, 55, 55, 450, Troy 2, Troy 2. 3 or more. Pick 3 you like. 460, now 5. 460 on the money, now 5. 465. 70, now 5. 80, 5. 90, 5. 495. 95, 95, 95, 95. 490, Troy, number 2.
One of them's a steer.
So let's slick one there. 440, now 5. 440, now 5. 55, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55. Now $5. $5, now 5. 10. 510, 510, 515, 520, 525, 25, 30, 35, 40, 540, 545, 540, so lease. 7 here, 380, now 5, 380 on the money, 595, $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, now 20, 425, 30, 5, 435, 435, 35, 430, D&D 20. 7 here, $3.70, now 5. Money, 5, 370, now 5, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, 95, $4, now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 420, Troy, number 21. So the big one with the tag, $3, now 5. Okay, sales steer by scale, 7, $3.20, now 5. 320, now 5. Money, 5. By the scale, 325, 325, 30, 330, 330, 330, 5, 335, 40, 45, 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, capital 35. Steer over there, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 20, 22 and a half, 25, 325, 322 and a half, capital 31, 34, put them on 34. 7, 450, now 5. 450, now money, now 5. 465, 75, 80, 490, 490, now 5. 495, 5, 490, Troy, 2. Two little one, two little one, two little ones there. $3.50, now 5. 352 little one, 50 on the money, now 5. 355, 355, 55, 60, 60, 365, 370, 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy, number 3, Troy, 3. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 3, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 3, 30. Have the little one here if you want it. 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 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 330, 2 and a half, 330. Troy, 1. He wants him. No turn. Settle black, 270, now 5. Money, 5, 270, now 5. 275, 5, 5, 270, 871.
Deborah Friend.
7 here, $4, now 5. $4 on the money.
I'm off. Yeah, it's not a
You good?
yeah,
I got the money, now 5. 405, 10, 15, 20, 5, 35, 45, 445, 440, now 5, 440, D&D 20. 2 little ones there, 2 little ones there. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 2 little ones, money 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, you do it, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 35, cap 35. What do you got? 2 big ones? $215 now, 2.5. $215 now, 2.5. Now 5, 7.5, $60, 2.5, 5. 65, 7.5, 270, but 70, 2.5. Now 5, 75, 7.5, 80, but 80, but 280, 2.5, 82, 5. Hey, 7.5, 90, but 2.5, but 95, 95, 97.5. $3, $3, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. $3. Show numbers 100. Show 100. 7 here, 290, now 2.5. 290 on money, 2.5. 290, 2.5, 97.5. $3, 2.5, 5, but 3.7.5. 307.5, 307.5. 305. Nolan 26. All right. Deborah Friend cattle might make you a bull. 220, now 5. On the money, now 5. 220, now 5. 220, 2.5. 225. 225. 227, 30. 230, 30, 35, 40, 240. Now 40. 245, 50. 250, 255. 255, 260, 260. 265, 270, now 5, 280, 85, 285, 90, 290, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, show 100. Show 100. So one little one over there, $3, now 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 320, 2 and a half, capital 94. 7.5, 7.5, 215, now 2.5, 252 and a 5, 7, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $3, now $3, $2.95, $3, $3, $2.95, H71. 7 here, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. Money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 70 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half. 5, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 335, Troy 1. Seven here, 160, now 2 and a half, 160 in money, 2 and a half, 7, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 180, 2 and a half, 85, 87, 90, 90, 2 and a half, 197, half, $2, $2, 2 and a half, 5, 205, 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 215, 215, 215, 79, 79, 20, 220, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 220, 2 and a half, show 17. 17 yard and we got to put you 13. Left hind leg a little bit coming off the trailer. 230, now 5. 40, now 5, now 50, now 5. 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 60, 260, 260, 260, 255, Brian Hoffman. Over there, $2.16, now 5. 260, now 5. Money, 5, 5, 70. 275, 80, 280, 280, 275, Nolan, 76. Heifer over there, 220, now 5. 220, now 5. Money, 5, 220, now 5. 5, 225, 220. Show number 8. 7.5, right here, 290, now 2.5, 95, 95, 290, 295, 95, 97 half, and $3, but a 2.5, but a 5, but a 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 315, 315, 312 and a half, D&D 93. Sell the Charlet, 7.5, $3.20, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, money, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 330, capital, 34. $150, now 2.5, 5, 7, 65, 75, 180, 90, 5, 195, 195, 95, 95, 95, now $2, $2.05, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, $2 Harris. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 340, now money, now 5. 5. 345, 50, 50, 55, 355, 60, 360, 360, 355, H4. 7 here, $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. 5. Go $4 now 5. 5. 5. 10. 10. 15. 20. 425. 30. 5. 40. 5. 45. 445. 5. 440. Fox number 20. What? Fox Billy? What is it? Fox 25. Fox 25. Two little ones there. $3 now. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Two little ones. Money. 2 and a half. 5. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 317 and a half. 17. 20. 2 and a half. 5. 27 and a half. 30. 2 and a half. 5. 35. 35. 3. 32 and a half. Capital 90. 7 here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 315, capital 94. 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, now $3, 2 and a half, 5, 307 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 370 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy, 1. Two big ones. $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5, but a $3 now 5. $3 now 5, and 2 big ones. $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. $3. Troy number 21. So little spot. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. Money's down 5. 305, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5. 335, 35, 35, 35. 330, Tom, 3. Seven here, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 32 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 330, now 2 and a half. 20, 2 and a half. 320, on the money, now 2 and a half. 325, 325, 2 and a half, now 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 330, 30, 2 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 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 330, capital number 35. 7 here, 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 5, 302 and a half, 35, 32 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 17 and a half, 320, 20, 317 and a half, Nolan 56. 7 here, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 312 and a half, capital 34. 7 here, $3, now 2 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 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 and a half, $3, capital 34. Two blacks, $3.50 now 5. 2 blacks, $3.50 now money 5, 355, 60, 5, 70, 375, 375, 80, 80, 3, have me if you want him, 380, 375, capital 30, 45, cap 45, he wants him. 3 yet. Got some bulls, 290 now 5, 295 money 5, $3 now 5, now 10, now 15, 20, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Nolan 26. 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, bit of 7 half, money 7 half, 307 half, 7 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 half, 17 half, 20, 320, bit of 20, 20, 20, 20, 317 and a half, capital 31. So one big one. 56. So one big one. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 5, money 5. 3, some the big one. 345, 45, 45, 45, 50, 5, 316, 5, 70. 375, 80, 85, 85, 380. Troy number 2. 7 here, 7 and a half, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 25, 425, 30, 40, 50, 65, 465, 70, 475, 80, 495, 95, 95, 490, Troy 2. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340 on the money, now 5, 345. 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 45. 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 353, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 352 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 350, Troy 45. Evercans happening T90 now 2 and a half, T90 now 2 and a half, now money 2 and a 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 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 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312 and a half, D&D 26. 7 here, T little one, T little one, T little one's here, 320, now 2 and a half, 320 on the money, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 27, 7 and a half, 33, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 335, Troy 1, Troy 1, 7 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 310, 310, 307 and a half, D&D 26. 7 half, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5 at 350, 560, 365, 70, 5, 80, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, 375, capital 92. Sell the big one, big one, big one, big. Seven right here, 7 and a half, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, money 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $3, 5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $3, D&D 26. They need to give away knives for Christmas. They need to give away knives for Christmas. 70, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 295, 92 and a half, 95, 95, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, capital 31. Oh, I don't think so. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. They go forehead. Seven here, 7 and a half, 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5, 340 now 5, 340 now 5, and 5, 45, 340, Troy number 45. Every time. 700, 700, 305, 7.5, 305, 37.5, money 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and 12 and 15, 79, 20, 3, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Troy 26. Troy 26. 7.5 right here, but 290 now 2.5. 290, two little one, two little one, two little one, $3.20 now 2.5. Two little ones, 320 on the money, 2.5, 25, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 35, 37.5, 37.5, 37.5, 335. Troy 3. 7 ahead, 220 now 5, 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 225, 220 now 5, 220 now 5, 225, 220 now 5, right here, on the money, now 530, 225, 30, 230, 225, lady number 9. 97, lady 97. It's up in there, 270, now 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, out to go, 5, 7.5, 80. 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, Nolan 27. Put it on 26, Nolan 26. 26. Seven here, 360 now 5, 360 on the money now 5, 5, 360 now 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 90, 3 to 5, 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 90, 58, 90, 58, 90, 385, H 38. Okay, hold the tag if you need to. 7.5, $3 now 5. $3 money 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. Holding the tag if you need to. 305, 305, 305, 305. $3 Troy number 1. Seven here, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 275, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270, money 580, 285, 285, 285, 285, 90, 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 285, lady number 97. Two blacks, sell two blacks, $3 now 2.5, 302 and a half, money 2.5, 302.5, 305, 55, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17.5, 317, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy, number 1. Settle Breno ball face, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5. Going out right now, 280, 2.5. What's your ticket? 280, 2.5. Crossbred, money 2.5. 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 280, D&D 93 on the scales. 93 on the scales.
Okay, new deal, baby 3B.
Sell two steers, 315, 17.5. 315, 17, money 17.5. 317, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 27.5, 327.5, 327.5, 327.5, 325, Troy, 24, 7.5, $3, 2.5, 305, 5, 5, 5, 302 and a 5, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17.5, 317, 20, 320, 322 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Gully 6, Gully 6. Steer kind, 290, now 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 295. Money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, now 5. 97.5, $3 now, 2.5, 5, but a 3 of 5, 3, 7.5, 3, 7.5, 10, 12.5, but a 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 17.5. Have one big one there if you want it. 317.5, 315, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy 24. Ten man, 330, now 5. Money, 5, 330, 540. 340, now 5, and then 550, with a 350, 55, 355, 355, 355, 350, Simpson, 35. Two little one, two little ones there. 390, now 5. 390, now 5. Money, 5, but 395, two little ones. 390, now 5, now $4, but a bit of $4, $4.5, but a 10, but a 10, a 10, a 10, 15, 420, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 425, 25, 25, 420, Troy, number 2. Okay, left front leg. Old deal goes with him, left front leg. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. Left front leg. $2, now 5. Hadn't hurt him very bad. On the money, 5. Till 5. Till 5, 10. 210, 15. 215, 20. 225. 230. 235. 235, 35, 35, 35. 230, Troy, 7. $310, 12.5, $310, 12.5, $310, money, 12.5, 15, 79, but 20, but 320, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 27.5, 330, but 30, but 30, but 330, 330, 330, 327.5, Simpson, 36. Seven half, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but hold one, Jody. 330, hold one, everybody. 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 340, 340, 2.5, 42, 5, 45, 47.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 50, 50, 52, 52.5, 352.5, 352.5, 352.5, 350, Troy, number 6. $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 2.5, money 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 312.5, 15, but a bit of 17.5, but a 20, but a bit of 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, capital 31. Oh, look him over here. But a 7.5, but a 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 355, but a 350 now 5. 355, 60, but a bit of a 5, but a bit of 70, but a bit of 70, but a 5, but a 380, but a bit of 80, 385, but 85, 90, 90, but a 90, 395, but a bit of $4, $4, 5, but a bit of 10, 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10, 405, Simpson 50. Seven here, $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5, 10, 15, a bit of 15, 25, a bit of 430, a bit of 5, 430, 540, 45, a bit of 50, a bit of 54, 54, 54, 54, 50, 445, Troy 4. All right, 7 here. Everybody like them out of 7 here. 370 now 5 money 5. 380 bit of 5 but 90 bit of 5 but 4 dollar bit of 4 dollar 4 dollar 4 dollar 5 405 405 10 10 10 10 10 with a bit of 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 420 now 5 with a bit of 425 25 25 25 25 30 with a bit of 434 34 35 with a bit of 35 35 430 Troy 4. All right, everybody like it? Sell 2 or more. Everybody like them? Like them like that? 380 now 5. Sell 3 yeah, 380 on money 5. But at 380 now 5. 90 but a 90 but a 95 but a bit of 4 dollar but a bit of 4 dollar 4 dollar 4 5 405 10 410 10 to 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 420 5 with a bit of 425 25 25 25 25 420 Troy 2 Troy number 2. 7 here, 450 now 5, 450 now 5, and a 65, 75, and 80, 5, and a 90, but a bit of 5, 495, $5 now 5, 505, 505, 505, 505, 505, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about a 10, 10, 15, 5, 15, 20, 5, 20, 5, 20, 5, 15, so lease. It's happening here, but a $4 now 5, $4 on the money now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420 now 5, 430, 30, 5, 435, 35, 40, 40, 445, 445, 55, 50, 450, 50, 50, 55, 455, 55, 55, 55, 450 Troy number 2, Troy number 2, Troy 2. 7 here, $5 now 5, $5 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 45, 50, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 565 gully, straight gully. Yard him with the 1. 7 here, 220 now 2. 220 now 2, 220 now 2, 220 now 2, 2 but a money 2, 222, 2 but a $2.24, but a 226, 28, 230, but a 2, but a 4, but a 6, but a 8, but a 40, but a 2, but a 244, 246, 8, 248, 50, 254, 54, 56, 58, 58, 62, but a $2, 260 show 7 show 77. 7 here, $2 now 2.5, $2 2.5, 7 and 10, 12 and 15, 7 and 20, 2.5. Now 5, now 7.5, 227 and 30. Now 5, now 40, now 5, now 50, 250, 245, 50, 50, 50, 250, 245. Nolan 29, Nolan 29. 7 here, 315, 17 half, 315, 17 20, 320, 2.5, now 5, but about 27 half, 30, but about 32 and a half, 35, 335, 37 half, 337 half, 337 half, 37 half, 335, capital 35.
Get a lot of eggs next week. I've got a whole shelf.
7 half, 315, 17 half, 3 money, 7 half, 22 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 327 half, 327 half, 325, 27 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 325, Troy 1. Seven here, 330, now 5, 330 on money 5, 5, 5, 335, 330, now 5, 40, 5, 45, 345, 5, 5, 45, 340, Troy 3. Seven here, 250, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 255, 7.5, 60, with a 2.5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, Nolan 29. Oh, you got him. Okay, 7 Seven miles, 7, 280, 92 and a half, 5, 282 and a half, 5, 85, 285, 87 and a half, 92 and a half, now 5, 95, 7 and a half, $3, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 275, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 7 and a half, 92 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 3, 7 and a half, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 3, $10, $10, $10, $10, 307 and a half, Nolan 26. Over there, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 2, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, but 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 305, 5, 5, 5, 305, 302 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. 7 here, 260, now 2 and a half, 260, 25, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 290, Nolan 27. Seven and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, on the money, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 330, but a 330, 330, 330, 327 and a half, Gully 6, Gully 5, Gully 5. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 307 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Gully number 5, Gully 5. Little short tail there, 280, now 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 95, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 26. Have a kind, 7 and a half, $2.20, now 2 and a half, 220, now 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, 220, money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 230, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230, show 19, show 19. Set over there, 230, now 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, effort going on, 210, 212 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 210, show number 8, show number 8. 260, now 2 and a half, $260, 2 and a half, 5, and a 5, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, now 5, now 75, 275, 75, 75, 75, 272 and a half, H, 71. 7 and a half, 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 320, now 5, 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 money, 5, 320, 5, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, lady, 94, lady, okay, 91, lady, 91, lady, 91. What is it? Is there one more, or is that it? Okay, so one bigger. Over there, 7 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half. Money, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12, one head over there, 12 and a half, 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 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, whatever, 20, 20, whatever, 20, 315, Nolan, 26. Over there, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 22 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 325, capital 34, $3.30, now 5, but a 330, now 5, but a 330, now 5, money, 540, 345, 5, 45, 345, 50, but a 350, 350, 355, but a 5, 350, capital 35. Okay, handful of pears and breads. Got in late yesterday evening and be up here in a little bit. 280, not 295, 85 out 280, 295, 85, 285, 285, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 280, 2.5, Nolan 27.
New deal.
Sell one big steer, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, money 12.5, 15 to 17.5, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Nolan 56. Nolan 56. So little one, I'm gonna 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 5, over there, 330, money, 5, 5, 40, 5, 45, 45, 45, 340, H, 38. Okay, leave him over. 7.5, $2, now 5, $2, now 5. $2 now 5, $2 now 5, 5, 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 5, 205, 205, 205, 160, money 570, now 5, now 80, now 5, now 95, $2 now 5, $2 5. $2 5 10 2 5 10 15 15 15 15 2 15 15 20 220 20 20 220 215 Brian Hoffman. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, $10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 307.5, Nolan 26. Over there, one head. 7.5, 7.5, 250 now 5, 250 on the money 5, 250 now 5, 255, 60, bit of 5, 75, 80, bit of 5, 90, bit of 5, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, H 71. Two more, $3 now 2.5, 302 2.5, 5, but a 7.5, 10, but a 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, 320, that's home to them. 320, 320, 320, 317.5, Troy 1. Seven here, $2.50 now 5. 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255, 220 now 5, on the money 5, 225, 225, 230, 230, now 5, now 40, but 45, 245, 45, 240, Brian Hoffman. 7.5, $4 now 5, $4 money 5, 10, and 15, 20, but 5, but 30, but 5, but 435, 435, 35, 35, 430, D&D 20. Boom. 7.5, $2 now 5, 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 205, 205, 205, $2 on the money now 5, 205, 205, 205, 205. $2 show number 77. $2 now 50 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, money 2.5, 5, 7, 60, 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7.5, but about 277.5, 280, but a 2.5, but 5, 87.5, 287, 7.5, 285, H 71. Okay, two big ones over there, $3. Is that right? Sell them all, $3 down, 2.5. All of them, move there, 302.5, money, 2.5, 302.5, 5, 7.5, 307.5, 7.5, 10, 310, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 312.5, Gully, 5, 7.5, 315, now 5, 315, now 5, and 350, now 5, 315, now 5, and 40, now 5, 340, on the money, now 5, 340, capital 35. 7.5, 7, 2 little ones, there, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 2 little ones, 290, now money, now 5, 295, $3, now 5, 310, 12.5, 312.5, 312.5, 12.5, 310, D&D 26. Seven here, $2.50 now, 2.5, 250 on the money, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 250 H71. Seven here, $2.70 now, 2.5, money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, Nolan, 27. $270 now, 2.5, 5. 270, 2.5 now, 5, 75, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 80, 25, 7.5, 287, 7.5, 87, 287, 287, 285, fry 7. 305, 37.5, 305, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 325, 25, 25, 2.5 now, 5 now, 325, 325. 322.5, capital 17. Capital 17. 7 here, 216, now 2.5. 216, now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 260, 25, 65. 7.5. 67.5. 267.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. 265, Gully 6. Gully 6, $3.50 now 5, 350 on the money, 565, 75, 85, 95, and a $4.5 and a 10 and a 15, 415, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 410, H 30. 7 here, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 290 on the money now 5, $3, but $3, $3 now 5, 305, 305, 355, 10, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 79, but 79, 20, but 320, 317.5, capital 90. Seven here, 260 now, 2.5, 5, 7, 70, 25, 7.5, 80, 25, 7, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 282.5, 871. 7 here, 305, 7.5, 305, money 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 25, 25, 325, 325, 322.5, Simpson 37. 7 here, 7.5, $2.16 now, 2.5, 260 now, 2.5, money, 2.5, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, Lady, 95. 7.5, $3.20, now 5, 3.20, 2.5, and the money, 2.5, 3.20, 2.5, 3.20, 2.5, 2.5, 5, but at 25, 25, 7.5, 3.27.5, but at 30, but at 3.30, 2.5, 32.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3.30, Gully 5.5. $7.5, $2.70, now 2.5, 5.75, 2.5, now 5, but it's 75, 75, 75, 275, 275, 272.5, Nolan 29. $7.5, $3.09, 2.5, 302.5, 5, 305, 305, 2.5, now 5, 305, 7.5, 10, but a 10, 10, 12.5, 15, with a bit of 17.5, 3, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, capital 31. Two Charlays, two Charlays, two Charlays, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, on the money, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 17.5, with a bit of 17.5, 20, with a bit of 320, 20, 2.5, with a 2.5, 325, with a bit of 25, 27.5, 7.5, 7.5, 327.5, 327.5, 325, Troy 1. 7 here, 270, now 2.5, 270, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 275, with a bit of 7.5, 80, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 7.5, 2.5, 285, 871. Seven here, $2.40, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, bit of money, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 2.5, bit of 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 240, 871. Okay, owner said they would be open. 7 here, $2, now 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 money 5, 2, 5, 10, 2, 10, 15, 20, 2, 25, 30, 2, 35, 2, 30, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2, 30, Marty 11, Marty 11. By the head. 200 by the head, now 25, 200, now 25. 50, 250, now 50, now 25, 50, 250, 275, 300, now 300, 300, now quarter, 300 and a quarter, about 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, anybody else? 300 and a quarter, sold it, $300. Jody, you right? What's your name? It's Della Torres. Della Torres. 7.5, 128.9, 128.9 money, $9, $9, $28.9, 28, 9, 128, Marty 25. Got a steer, 7.5, but a 305, 7.5, 307.5, 7.5, 305, 7.5, but money 7.5, 10, 10, 12.5, but a 15, 315, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 315. Simpson 37. All right, had to co-vaccinate in Pyramid 5 with pre-spawn. 7 here, 290, now 2.5, 290, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 295, 7.5, 97 and $3, 2.5, but a 302 5, 305, 555, 5, 302 and a half, capital number 3, 5, capital 5. Capital number 5. Just 5.
They don't know what side to put the tag on no more. Oh, it says watch out, this is Teton operation. It says watch out.
Okay, look him over. Got in here last night. 7 hay, $135, $136, $135, money $6, $7, $7, $8, $9, 40, bit of 141, $142, bit of 2, 2, 3, bit of 4, bit of 5, bit of 6, $146, $7, $7, $8, $8, 49, $150, $150, $151, bit of 1, bit of 1, $150, Lone Star. 135, 36, money 6. 137, another bit of 7, $8, 38, 37, $8, $9, $9, 40, bit of 1, bit of 2, bit of 3, bit of 4, 44, now 5, bit of 6, bit of 7, 47, 48, $49, $9, 50, 151, 51, 51, 52, 153, 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 155, 155, 154, Lone Star. Young here. 7 half, 150 now 2, $150 2, money 2, 4, red 2, 4, 6, a bit of $8, $8, 62, a bit of 4, red 6, 68, 72, a bit of 4, 76, 78, 82, a bit of 184, 86, 88, 90, a bit of 92, 94, 94, 96, 98. $2, $2, 2 and a half, but 2, 5, but 2, 5, 5, 7 and a half, but 10, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but 2 and a half, but a 5, but 7 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, but a 5, but 7 and a half, but a 40, 240, 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half, 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 240, show number 8. $7 here, $2 now 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 18, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 27 and a half, 30, but 2 and a half, but 35, but 35, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, but 5, but 7 and a half, 52, 52 and a half, 5, 55, 55, 255, 255, 252 and a half, show number 8. $7 here, 220, now 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, 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 but 220, 2 and a half. On the money, 5, but 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, 225, 222 and a half, Troy, 7.
Yeah, but he's gonna be behind the gate.
Oh, there's 7 hand, 138, 9, $138, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 38 money, 9, 9, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 47, 148, 149, 149, 9, 50, 50, 50, 51, 52, 52, 3, 4, 5, 154, Lone Star. 125, 26, 125, money $6, 125, $26, $6, $6, $6, 6, 7, 127, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 130, Marty, 13. $7 here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 250, now 5, 250, now 5, 250, now 5, selling 2 head, 250, now 5, 250 on the scales, 255, $2 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 215, 220, now 5, 230, 35, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35 divided 235, 230. Cactus, is that right? 240, now 5. 240 on the money, now 5. 50, 255, 265, 265, 75, 80, 55, 95, 295, 295, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 330, 330, 330, now 5, 335, 35, 35, 330, Letty, 93, Letty, 93, 700, 230, now 5, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, $2, now 2.5, 5, 205, 205, 205, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 220, 2.5, 20, 2.5, 25, 27 and a half, 230, 230, 230, 230, 227 and a half, show number 8. Weigh the cow. 7 and a half, 115, 116, 115, 116, 115, 16, on the money 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 121, 2, 2, with 3 to the board, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 128 out of 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 130, 1, 31, 31, 130, show 2, show number 2. By the head. 850 by the head, now 75, 900 quarter half, $75,000 and a quarter half, 1,050, 75, 1,100 by the head, $1,100, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a quarter, 11 half, 11 half, 11 half, 75, 1175, Pat, 1175, 1150, 75. Everybody's out on top, 1175, 1175, 1175, 1150 by the head, show. Straight. Broke mouth cow, 7 and 8 months bred. Gun a calf for you. 150 now 2. 152 4 6. 58. $60 now 2. Now 4. Now 6. Now 8. 68 70. 172 4. 74 76. 76 178. 178, 80, 180, 180, 182, $82, 2, 4, 4, 84, 86, 88, 88, $88, $90, $90, $92, $92, 4, $94, 94, 96, 98, 98, $2, 2, 202, 202, 202, 202, 202, 202, $2, and that'll be show number 251, 251. 135, test it open, 135, 36, 7, 37, 36, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 137, 38, 38, 9, not a 40, bit 141, 140, Lone Star. Broke mouth, light bread, 7 and a half, bit 140, now 1, 140, he bit 1, not a 1, not money, 1, 140, now 1, 41, $1, 2, 2, 2, we do a 3, we do a 4, we do a 5, 46, 147, 48, 48, 147, Lone Star. 7 here, 7 half, sell the bull with tag, $3 now, 2.5, 5, 302 and a half, 5, sell the bull, 305, 305, 55, 305, 305, 302 and a half, Nolan, 26, sell the heifer. 7 and a half, $3 now, 2.5, $3 money, 2.5, 5, 3, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, with a 3, 20, 2 and a half, 2, 5, with a 25, 27 and a half, with a 30, with a 2 and a half, with a 5, 37 and a half, 40, with a 3, 40, 3, 37 and a half, D&D 24. Okay, we sold some calves off of earlier. Was solid mouth cow, good age cows. By the head, 1,500, 1,600. 15, now 16 on money, 1,600. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2,000, now 1. 21, 22, 22, 23, 24. 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 2,600, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 25.50 fried 10. Boy, 7 and 8 months bred. 2,300, now 2,400, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 28, 29, 28, 29, 28, 29. Yes, sir. 28, 29, 28, 2,900, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half. Sold him 2,800. Werner.
Warner?
Werner.
Yeah, Stanley Warner,
2,800.
I got two cows here. Let me know what you do with them.
Stanley Warner. Vicky Murr.
Yes, sir. I imagine. Okay, hold the short solid. Sell 2 solid mouth cows. 2,600, 2,700, 26, 27, 26, 2,700, 26, 20, money 7, 28, 29, 3,000, 3,000, 31, 31, 30, 51, 3,100, 3,100 and a half, 31 and a half, 32, 3,200, 3,200, 3,200, 3,200, 32, 3150, show 13. 22, 23, short, solid, heavy bread, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 27, 8, 2,800, 27, 28, 2,800, 2,800, 2,800, 28, 28, 2,700, show 251, show 251. Us having here, where, 125, 126, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 139, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 48, 50, 150, 150, 150, 148, show number 2. $135, $136, $135, $136, money $6, $135, 36, $135, 36, 7, 37, 38, 138, 9, $139, 40, 140, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 143, Marty 25, Marty 25.
Lynn Follish from Bont. 6 work. Cows and calves. 4 cows and 2 calves.
They are heavy bread. 155, 156. Weigh them to you. 155, $156. 155, 156 by the pound. $1.55, $1.56, $1.55, $6, better $6. On the money 6, 155, 6, 155, 56, 6, 6, better $6, 155, fry 10.
How much they gonna weigh? A lot.
Seven hand, 150 now one, 150 now one. Everyone that one, that one. Everyone on the money 1, 2, 52, 3, 52, 3, 52 now 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 54, 5, 155, 55, 6, 6, out about 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 58, 58, 9, 59, 60, 1, 1, everyone that one, 160 Lone Star. Settle red heifer with the tag. 7 hair, 380 now 5, 385, 380 now 5, and the red one, 380 now 5. Sell both of them. What do you got? 350 now 5. Weigh them to you. 355, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 60, 360, 355, 360, 360, 360, 355. Lady 93. 7.5. 128, 129. 105 and 7 on spread. 129, 30, 130, 130, 130. Wham, 2, 1, 2, 32, 3, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 138, 137, 38, 38, 38, 38, $38, 137. Schwartz.
Straight up around the corner. Let me know what you do with them. I got two cows here. Let me know what you do with them.
Look here, North Concho.
North Concho, boys, 5 to 7 months bred. 27, they're young, they're good. 27, money gate, 29, 29. 3,000 now, 31, 31, 31, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,000 now, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100. Got 3,000 now, 31, 31, 31, all in, all done, 31, 32, 31, 32, 31, 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 3,100, Werner, Werner. 135, open cow, 135, 6, money 6, 7, 8, 39, 40, 41, 140 Lone Star. Boys, you got a bull calf, solid mouth cow. 3,500 now, 3,600, 35, 3,600, 35, 36, 35, 36, 35, 3,600, 36, 37, 36, $3,700. 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 39, 38 and a half, 9, 39, 9, 39 and a half, 39 and a half, 39 and a half. Now $4,000. $4,000. Be easy to remember. $4,000. $4,000. 4,000. Got a real bull calf. 4,000. 4,000. 39.50. Shoat 11.
Straight up around the corner. Let me know what you do with them. I got one pair here.
This is Megan Coates from Ozona. Okay, one ear tag 14 pairs with the bigger heifer, and ear tag 37 pairs with the bigger bull. That's a heifer.
It says 14 what now?
Goes with the heifer. 14 goes with the heifer calf.
14 goes with the heifer calf. Okay. The light colored cow has a heifer calf. Ear tag 14. And what's the other cow have? 37.
She has a big bull calf. She has
Has a
37.
bigger bull calf. Okay,
Yeah.
she's been sucked. Okay.
Okay, that is a pair right there. Heifer calf and all. 2,600, 2,700, 26, 27, money 7, 2,600, now 2,700. 26, sell the pair, $2,700, 26, 27, 2,700, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, 3,000. Both of you out. $3,000, 29, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 2,900, Troy, 15.
Next up. Only want two ones. Only want two ones.
Okay, she's got ear tag 37. She pairs with a bigger bull calf. Ear tag 37.
Okay, Cal there, raise the bull calf here. Where? 150 now 2.5, 150 on money 2.5, now 5, 55, 7.5, 60, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, at a 7.5, 80, but 2.5 at a 5, 87.5, 90, 192 2.5, 5 at a 95, 195, 195, 195, 195, 192 and a half, show 22. Over there, 330, now 5. 330 on the money, now 5. 335, 335, 40, 5, 50, 355, 360, 5, 370, 5, 80, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, 375. H4.
So what you think that it says a smaller heifer? Bigger heifer. Okay, it says ear tag 14 with bigger heifer.
I hope we got that pair right.
That's a big heifer
It
right
says
there.
bigger heifer.
I don't know.
Did she have ear tag 14?
Yeah, she's
She
14.
had the
Says
right.
bigger heifer and bigger bull.
We didn't see them. So
Read off. 108, 108, 108,
we didn't
108.
see the calves, so how could we know if we don't see them all? Who knows, Jody? Why don't they mark them? I mean,
Let's read some English.
Coates, Megan Coates on page 27, pin 350. Well, I mean, we couldn't see the other calves, so how do we know which one's the bigger one if we're not looking at them?
Troy.
Put this heifer calf, put her in the,
In the
you got
pen?
the pair by herself?
No, she's with the other two cows that he's got. He's got two other cows right there.
Tell Louie to cut out that red cow and that red calf, and then put this calf in the pen with them, and we'll bring them back around. Hold that picking on Troy. Hold that picking on Troy. You better look at that. This calf. No, I don't know.
We don't know.
Hey, Louis.
It says bigger, but we weren't looking at the calves when she come in. We needed all of them in
I
here.
believe that calf is bigger than the calf with her.
Yeah, it's bigger. That one's bigger than the calf that's
You
with
want me to
her.
just put her around the corner and
Put
get the
her
other
around
pair?
the corner, and then we'll need to cut out that red pair. And then let's look at it.
That little red bull calf.
The red bull calf, 375.
375, 85, 95, $4 now, 5, 10, 45, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but about $10, 10, 410. Red bull calf, 410, 10, 410, 405, Fox, 25.
Heifer, I just put her around the corner.
Walk over there.
I don't know if they just mark the pairs when they got them and they know which
Where
one's
you going with
which.
that one?
Why do they do that?
There was some.
Yeah, why didn't she send that calf in with the cow?
Yeah.
937.
But I mean,
Was that-
even
was-
if they get mixed up, you'll know which is what.
Was that all the Megan coaches?
Yeah.
Hey, get that pair out with that heifer. They're gonna come get it.
It says watch out. Watch out. Oh, wait. That's 3. Hold on. Okay, that is
Read off.
Justin Smith.
100, 100, 100, 00.
Broke mouth cows, heavy bred.
I've got 2801 and 2800.
155, 7.5, 155, 157, 7.5, money 7.5, 60, 60, 2.5, 160, now 25, 555, 7.8, 70, 170, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 5, 87.5, 190, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190, fried, number 15, fry 15, give him a pin on him, I guess. Short. 6 and 7 months bred. 160, now 2.5, 160, 2.5, money, 2.5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 180, 80, $80, 2.5, 180, 5, 7.5, 190, 2.5, 195, 97.5, $102, $2.5, 2.5, 5, 205, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 220, show number 251. Tested up on 7.5, 133, 4, 133, now 4, money 4, 5, 35, 36, 37, 138, 139, 9, 40, $1, day, 142, 3, 33, 4, 4, 143, Marty 25, light bread, 130, now 1, $1, 130, now 1, money 1, 30, $1, $1, 131, 131, 131, 130, Marty 25. Seven 140, now 140, hit it 1, 141, 140, now 1, money 1, 141, 41, 41, 141, 140, Marty 25.
Okay, Black Mason Black.
What's AR tested up on? It's 7.5, 245, 7.5, 245, 4, 7.5, money, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 65, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 275, 75, 75, 75, 270, 2.5, showed 8. Look at there, 7 months bread. Wire to you. Wire. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. On the money. Now 5. 205, 210, 10, 10, 15, 15, 215, 25, 225, 30, bit of 35, 235, 40, 240, bit of 40 now 40 now 40, 240, 235, show 19. 7 and wire, $2 now 5. 6 months bread, $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now money, now 5. 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 55, bit of 205, 205, 205. $2, Tom, 1.
Backside. 5151. 5151.
He said he wasn't guaranteed to be 6 months free.
Jody, why can't they mark the pears back there so you know?
Red pears on there.
What any kind of what? Do they only make orange chalk? They quit making.
I don't know.
Do they only make orange chalk nowadays? They don't make any chalk no more. I mean something. Different shapes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, broke mouth cows, 5 months bread, I believe. 145, 146, weigh them to you, 145, $46. 145, $146, $6, 145. On the money, now $6. 145, $146, $6, bit of 6, 145, fry 15. Fry 15.
Hey, this is Ben Forehand from Ozona. Well, there's a lot of stuff
5252.
on here.
5252.
Bigger heifer.
Andy, here's your deal that the guy called you about beforehand. Well, he wants that heavy bread, doesn't he?
He said he don't want the big. Yeah?
That's not a heifer.
That's not a heifer.
What else does he have in the way of cows behind the gate? Frank, are they bred or open?
There's only 2 cows. There's only 2 cows.
No, there was. I think there was 5 cows and 5 calves. So the black cow.
Okay, says black cow, she's tested open.
It says two calves. It's 5 cows. 5 calves. and 2
Okay, weigh the black cow. 110, 111, 110, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 121, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, 125, 24, 95, 5, 5, 5, 5, 124, Javier, 28, Javier, 28. Okay, short, solid, heavy bread. 150, wire T and I 1, 150 and I 1, 2, 151, 2, $2, 3, $5, 7, 9, now 61, 3, 5, 67, $9, 9, 69, 167, $9, 9, 169, 167, fry 15. African, 290, now 2.5. On the 5, 7.5, now $3, now 2.5, 305, 5, 7.5, 7.5, to 7.5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, 871. Save it here, 7.5, $3, now 2.5, 302, now 2.5, $3, now sell to them. 302.5, you're buying 2 head. On the money, 2.5. 302.5, 302.5, 25, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 315, Troy 1, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, but he paid 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 260, 2.5. Money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260, show number 8.
Hey, it says 18 of them. 18.
105, 105, 105.
Look here, I got a deal for you. You send him something?
Oh, this is pears? I can barely
All right, Huckabee cattle. First time to town. Look at the job they're doing. Bloomy, good set of calves. Okay, look them over now. They do have a nice set of calves. You're buying 9 pair.
All I got is some pairs.
Jody, you think you should tell somebody to go in there and tell the office ladies that we're holding
Yes. What's her name supposed to tell me? Hey, we're holding tickets on.
Okay.
On whatever that was. Her name's Skylar. No, the other one. What's her name?
Megan
Grace.
Coates.
I can't never remember Grace.
Megan Coates is on.
Coach. Yeah, Coach.
Was that a powerful set of calves? Your cows handled good. You're buying 9 pair. Huckabee, Fort Stockton. Boys, y'all saw the calves. Boys, they're doing their job now. 3,800 now, 9, 38, 39, 3,800 now, 9, 9, 3,800 and a half, 3,800 and a half, 3,800 and a half, had about as good a set of calves you're going to see. 3,800. 3,800 on the money, now half. 38 and a half, 38 and a half, 3,800 and a half, and half, a bit of 38 and a half. 3,800 and a half, half, 3,800 and a half, 38 and a half, 38 and a half. Somebody wants some good ones. 38 and a half, 3,800 and a half, $50, $50, 50, 38.50, 38.50, 38.50, out they go, 38.50, 38.50 now, 50 now, 50 now, 50. Sold them, 3,800, showed 411. Yard them by themselves, showed 411.
Okay, we got 6 or something. I don't know if it's pairs or what.
Around the corner, let me know what you're doing. I got 9 here, 18 head. Let me know what you're doing.
All I got is some pairs. I don't know how many that is.
Those are heavy bred. They are heavy bred. 2,900 now, 3,000, 2,900 now, 3,000, $3,000, 3,000, 2,900 now, 3,000. Okay, hold the cow Jody pointed at. $3,000, $3,000, 2,900 and a half, 2,900 and a half, 29 and a half, 2,900 and a half, half it, 29 and a half, holding one cow. 2,900 and a half. On the money, now half. 29 and a half. Anybody else? Now half, now 3, now half. 3,000 now half. 3,000 now $50. Both of you out now. 3,000 now 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 3,050. 3,050. Sold them. $3,000. Wiggins. Wiggins. 117.8. 170 now 2. 6 months bread. 170, 246, 78, 80, 2, 4, 86, 88, 90, 192, 194, 96, 198, $2, $2, 204, 20468, but about 210, 210, 210, 210, but 12, but 12, 2 to 14, 16, 16, 16, 216, 216, 216, 214, show number 251. Show 251. 214. $2 now 2. They are bred. $2 now 2. $2 on the money now 2. Now 2. Now 2. Now 2. Now 2. 2 4. 2 6 8. 2 10. 2 12. 2 14. 16 18. 2 20. 2 22. 2 2 4. 6. 2 26. 2 28. 2 28 30. 2 30. 2 30. 2 30. 2 with the $2 4 34 34 6. 38 38 40 with the 2 42 with the 4 with the 6. 2 48. 2 50 with the 2 with the 4 with the 6 with the 8. 2 62 with the $2 $2. 262, 262, 260. Show 13. Hold it, Jody, just a minute.
How many tickets you holding on?
Just that one.
Just one ticket?
Yeah, it'd be 3 head that they won't have.
We got 3 head on Megan Coach.
Hey, is that price right?
That's right. Don't enter late.
Was that price right?
Get in there in a minute.
Yeah, there you go. That's
No,
right.
Justin Smith should be fine.
No, that's right.
I'll send Lon in there to look. Lon's gonna go look at Justin Smith. He started with 3 bred cows, I think. Oh, okay. Okay. Lon, look at Justin Smith. I think he started with 3 bred cows. I could be wrong. And then she says she's too long. All right, we got a short solid, heavy bred, 170.
170, now 2. 4, 72, 4, 172, 4, 6, 78, 80, 82, 82, 182, 82, 82, 82, 4, 82, 4, 86, 88, 190, 90, 190, 190, 190, 90, 90, 88, 91, 90, 190, 188, Brent H. Brent H. Okay, short, solid, light bread. 135.36, 135, $6. Weigh the cow, money 6, 35, money $6, 135, 6, 7, 38, 38, $39, 9, now 40, 141, $1, $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 146, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 148, shoat number 2, shoat number 2. 8 months bread. What do you got? 1,600 now half. 16 now half, money 17. You weigh her or what by the head? Weigh her 116 now 2 4. 162 4. 4 4. 6 8 72 4 6 78 82 85 82 84 84 $82 84 82 84 84 84 $84 $84 182 Schwartz 182 Schwartz. 8 by the head, 18 and a half, 1900 on the money, 19. Now 2, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 24, 25, 24, 2400. Now 4, now 4, now 2400. Now 5, 2500, 24 and a half, now 5, 2500, 24 and a half, now 25, 2500, 2500, 2500 and a half, 25 and a half, now 2600, 26, 2550, show 13. 7 here, 270 now $2 day, 270 now 2, $2, 4, 72 4, 272 4, 4 4 4 4, 272 871. 7 here, 350 now 5, 360, 70, 80, 90, $4 now 10, 20, 30, 40, 450, 450, 460, 470, 465, 65, 465. 460, show number 21. Show 21. Tell them, okay, make them all black, 360, now 5, 75, 80, 380, 80, 55, 85, 90, 90, 90, 5, $4, now 5, 10, 410, 15, 12 and a half help, 412 and a half, 412 and a half, 410, Troy, 3. 7, red one, 330, now 5, money 5, 45, 350, 350, 50, 50, 50, 350, 45, 50, 50, 350, 345, Troy, 3. Okay, forehead. 7 head, 320 now 5, 320 now 5, my money 5, 325, 35, 3, 35, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 7 half, 3, 37 half, 40, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, gully 5, gully 5, 360 now 5, money 5, 70 now 5, now 75, 370, 2.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 370, Troy 4. 7 right here, but 7.5, 340 now 2.5, 340 now 2.5, money 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Troy number 6.
Lady, don't he make me nervous?
11, 1, 1.
You walk around that much on Tuesday?
Boy, good age cows tested open. 160 now 2.5 on the money 5, 7, 70, 2.5, 75 now 7.5, 180 but 2.5, 85, 87 half, 190, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97 half, $2 now 2.5, 202 now 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 202 and a half, shoot 22. 7 hand, 120 now 1, 120 now 1, 2, 121 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, but $2, $2, 121 2, 122 now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 121 Tom 1, 121 Tom 1.
Marked at the ranch store or something. Okay, these should be folks, I think.
Backside. You want 5 1? You want 5 1.
I hope it's folks.
Okay, folks cattle. Got in here last night. Boys are young and nice right there. Bred. You bet. 29 now 3, 3,000, 29 now 3,000. $3,000 on the money now 3,000, 29, $3,000. 31, 31, 31. Baby 2, 31, 2, 31, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19. 31, 32, 31, 32. 1.5, 2, 31 and a half, 3,200, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 3, 33, 33, 33, 33, 3,300, 33, now 2.5, 3, $3,300. Better 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3, 33. 3250 Marty 41. Oh, by the head 27. They are heavy bred. 27 2800. 29 now 3 now 3000. 29 3000. 29 and a half. 2900 and a half. Half a bit of 29 a bit half. 29 and a half. 9 and a half. 9 and a half. 9 and a half. A bit of 29 and a half. 2900 show 13. $160 now 1. Every weigh them to you. $160 now 1. $160 1. Every $1 $1 $1. Every $1 $1 $1. On the money 1. $161. Every $1 2. 1 2. 162. 3. 3 4. 4 5. 65 6. 6 7. 7 7. 66 now 7. 7 7 7 7 7 7. 166. Fry 15. Abraham, 150 now 1. 150 now 1. Able to 1 1 1. Able to 1 1. 50 now 1. Able to 1. On the money now 1. 151. 150 now 1. Able to 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. 150 Lone Star.
Oh, I keep that seller number.
Avoid that other ticket. Okay. Gonna sell the cow and you pick your calf. You can have the big calf or the little
Okay, you're buying the cow and you can have the big calf or the little calf.
2800.
28. 29, 3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000. Okay, the information they sent in, the big heifer calf was hers, but have not seen it sucked. $3,000, 29 now 3,000. $3,000, $3,000, 29 now 3 now 3 now 3 now 3 now 3, $3,000, $2,900. How you want to do that? Charlie Christensen, Charlie Christensen. By the head here. By the head. 1,000, now 50, 1,100, now half, now 12, now half. 12 and a half, 1,300, 1,300, 1,300, 12 and a half, 1,300. Bid's way up on top. 1,300, 12 and a half, 13, 1,300, 1,300 by the head. 1,300, 1,300. So did 1,250, so lease by the head.
Okay, now where you send the
Sell the black heifer, 270 now 2.5, 270 now 2.5, 2.5, black heifer, 270 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270 show number 19. 7.5, 290 now 2, 4, 290, 4, 94, 94, 96, 98 now $3, 2, 4, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 3, 14, 14, 14, 14, 312 Nolan 56. They are tested open. Sell a red one, 155, 7, 155, 57, 9, 61, 3, 61, 3, 163, 5, 55, 7, 7, 9, 69, 71, 171, 171, 169, cactus, 190, now 2, 190, now 2. 190 now 2, 190 on the money now 2, $192, 192, 192, 192, 192, 190 show number 8. $1,900 now $2,000, $1,900 now 2 on the money 2,000. $1,900 now $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000 now 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, $2,200 now half. 22 and a half, 23, 23 and a half, 2,300 and a half, half, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 4, 2,400 and a half, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, $2,400 a head, Tom won. Okay, by the head, $285, $300, $285, $300, $285, now $300 by the head, $285 on the money, $300, now $25, $325, $325, $350, $375, now $400, $400, $400, $400, $400 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter and a half, 4 and a half, 425 by the head. Caleb Lee.
Nope.
All right, by the head. 150 by the head, 160, 170. 170, 180, 190, 200, 225, 250, 275, 260, 250, 260, 70, 280, 290, 280, 290 by the head. 280, 290, 300, 300, 300, 10, 20, 320, 320, 310, 320, 20, 20, 310, Caleb Lee by the head. Sellable. 190 now one, 190 now one, even one that one that one, 190 on the money now one, 191, even one that one, 190 Lone Star one. 7 here. 180 now 1. 180 now 1. Everyone. Money 1. 2. 82. 83. 83. 84. 84. 84. 85. 85. 186. 87. 187. Not a 7. 8. 88. 9. 88. 9. 90. 90. 90. 190. 190. 190. 189. Lone Star 1.
Watch out again. Paddles.
105, 106 dollar, 105, 106, 105, 106 dollar, $6 $5 6, 106, 7, 106 7, 107, 107 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 109, 10, 111, 111, 111, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 110, Javier, 20, Javier 11, Javier 11.
Backside 53, 5, 3, 5, 3.
Nolan Ryan. The baseball player.
Gotta watch her a little bit.
130 now 1. 130 keep it 1. Keep it 1 to 1 money 1. 30 now 1 2. 32 33 34 34 34 5 36 not a 6 not a 6 7 not a bit of 7 not a 7 not a 7 not a 7 137 137 136 Lone Star.
And then 4 head open front owner for Austin.
Backside.
Should be the last 4 heads.
Oh, there's 7 a.m. 133 4 134 money 4 5 35 36 36 not a 7 not a 38 38 38 38 138 9 139 40 bit of 1 bit of 2 bit of 4 bit of 6 bit of 48 150 152 52 54 54 54 54 54 152 Marty 15 Marty 25 Marty 25 140 now 1. Even 1 to 1 to 1. Money's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 47, 48, 149, 148, 9, 50, 150 now 1. Even 1, 2, 52, 3, 33, 4, 4, 5, 55, 54, now 5, now 5, now 5, now 5, now 5. 154 Lone Star. Tell the big cow, both of them, 144 now 5. 144 now 5. 144 money 5. 145 $6. 147. 147 not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a bit of 7. 46 7, 47 8, 48, 48, 48, 49. 149 $9, $9, 9. 148 Lone Star. And I guess that's it. That's all. Thank everybody. Appreciate your business. Thanks for being here. Be back next week for a bigger, better show.